money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz, the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest today, Brooke Odyssey. She'll be up here momentarily. We're going to get started, but in the meantime, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and have the red light on. I have the ghost. I have the rest in peace sign for XRP. Okay, and if Brooke can convince me, I will take it all down. I will take it all down. We'll bring her up in just a few minutes. Brooke, I see you in the chat, I believe. Let's get going here just a second, and I'll bring you up. So today's going to be very special. Yeah, give me just 2 minutes to get things rolling here. Everybody hit the like button. I want to see 1 million likes today. We got close yesterday. I want to see 1 million today. All right. All right, let's don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in those gifts. Make sure you gift Brooke as well. Today's gift of choice is going to be galaxies. I want to see those galaxies. I know you're making money. What's going on, Marco? All right, let's bring up Brooke here. All right, we got Brooke. Hi, Brooke.
Hello, how are you?
Look at you, looking wonderful. You did your makeup for me? I didn't even do my makeup.
It's one of the only time I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I don't leave the farm very often. So I kind of, yeah, I'll do my makeup every once in a while.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I don't leave the farm.
Just for you, though. Yes, just for you.
Oh, I feel so special. I'm married, though. Sorry.
Me too.
I have to try harder.
Well.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, I do the same thing. I live on a farm here as well. I'm a bit of a prepper. You're a prepper, right?
I doubt I have plans.
You have plans? Hey, plans are good. That's the beginning stages of prepping, is having a plan.
Yes, I do prepping. Absolutely. I'm pretty passionate about it too, and I'm looking a lot less crazy these days. So
I feel that, for the last 10 years, I've been like screaming to high heaven, like, hey, you guys got to get more prepared and do something to isolate yourself from the craziness out there, right? And everyone said I was crazy and no one wanted to hear it. And then even I did a live the other day, and I was like telling people like, hey, like you should be prepared for these things. And we were just going over like a list of things that you might need in a disaster situation. And we got banned for 9 days for misinformation.
yeah, they will do that. We used to have a fun night back in the day called Conspiracy Night, and we had to stop. It was so much fun, but
I do that.
too much is like that. Yeah.
We do Twitch exclusives. So we're simulcasted on Twitch as well. Oz the Crypto Goat.
Oh, nice.
And we talk about things that we can't say on TikTok.
Yeah.
So that's our little private spot. But yeah,
Well, now I know. I'll head over there. That sounds like a fun conversation.
yeah, we went over the Epstein stuff the other day.
Oh man, oh man.
Yeah.
I'm just so that and the Diddy cases just it's hard whenever victims personally, like a lot of us who advocate for victims are very much just feeling pretty defeated right now. So yeah. It's
and actually
not fun.
Speaking of victims, 50% of all donations for the entire month this month, and we may even just go like longer, are going to be going to I think it's called the Tim Ballard Foundation. I'm still looking into it. But we're going to be giving to helping to stop child trafficking and essaying of children. So every month we do a donation. We raised $75 last month, and the month before we raised $75 as well. I think we're at $75 again for this month. I want to raise like $1,000 this month. That's the goal. But prior, we had given to the Save a Warrior Foundation. So and those are all, if you're interested in giving a donation, you can send that to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. There's a link in the Twitch side. If you don't have it, I can't put it out on TikTok, but you can send me a DM and I will send that to you. And you can, instead of giving half of your money, because TikTok takes 60% of your money, right? Instead of giving it to TikTok, let's give it to a nonprofit organization, something that's actually making a difference.
It's worthy cause.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So I have my red shirt on. I have my red light on.
Oh no. What does that mean?
That means I'm bearish. Okay. But here's the thing. Okay. Chat, hear me out. I do think we're going up. It looks like we're recovering a bit already with XRP. I do think we're going up, but I put on all the red to rage bait Brooke a little bit. And I have the tombstone and the ghost and the magnet on the thing. So that's been up there for a very long time. And here's where I'm at. Brooke, if you can convince me, I will get rid of the ghost and the tombstone.
So like, are we talking about a certain, and one thing, I don't convince anyone. I just talk about the facts as Brooke sees them. And the convincing is left up to you in the audience, I guess. But I never come out with an intent to try to convince anyone.
Right.
My whole thing is I like to just talk about what I know and what I understand and how I see it, which is, I think, a pretty unique perspective. And I understand why so many people can have feelings and catch feelings towards the project. And you have to realize, just because I talk about it and I own it and I am a holder of it, it also doesn't necessarily mean that I absolutely love what's happening and what's going on. I'm kind of an old soul at heart. And so, like, honestly, if I could have paused life in the 90s, that was pretty good. Like, I kind of feel like we reached the pinnacle there. So just to make that as a caveat, it's not that I'm like in love with this coin or this token. It's not that I'm in a cult or I'm brainwashed and I'm listening to this person or that influencer. Truly, I came across XRP organically in an effort to actually understand. I had a friend. He actually works in the treasury at a rather large bank here in Oklahoma, and he was mining Ethereum. And I had heard about Bitcoin for a long time, and hearing about Ethereum, and I'm like, okay, he's an intelligent person, and I have this like solid conviction in me that I will not criticize, or I try not to criticize anything until I understand it. So like, you have to realize, like, my first like multiple introductions to the crypto world was so much not animosity, but just like the willful like ignorance. I don't think it's a thing, but that was on me. And once I changed that mindset, and this was kind of a lifestyle mindset that I changed whenever I came across this, I seek to understand much more than I do to try to convince myself of anything, or, try to have animosity towards really anyone. I truly think that the center to understanding is that, and it's research. So that's what I did. And it was when I came across XRP, and I had just kind of give a background. I started in banking back when I was in high school, just being a teller. I went to university, also working at a bank. When I was in university is whenever the 2008 financial crisis had happened. And it was very interesting to me, and it kind of became an obsession to understand the financial world, and that led into geopolitical conflicts and like history. And when I came across XRP, it was over that decade of knowledge of money and currency and the financial system that we have right now, that whenever I came across Rosie Rios, who was the 43rd treasurer of the United States under Barack Obama, she's literally signed more currency. She has made more money than anyone in our history. If you look at our money, her name is more than likely on your money. And whenever she said that she was on a board of Ripple, and whenever she said that,
Thank you.
whenever she said that this changes money, that is what pricked my ears. I was like, hold on a second. I know what she knows about money. And that is a very loaded statement to make. The fact that this was going to change money and revolutionize money, and that statement alone, most people probably just heard and glossed over, but that had a lot of weight to it. And so when I unpacked what she meant by how it was going to change money, I was like, holy cow. And then you just look at the board of directors, you looked at the advisors, you look at who is moving in between the system, the financial system that currently rules the world, like our Federal Reserve. You have Michael Barr, who I think he just stepped down, but for the past 4 years, he's been working as the vice chairman, like he's been second command underneath Jerome Powell. He was an advisor for Ripple. You have treasury people in it, like shifting. And so to me, knowing what I know about how other entities have worked between us and our government, and you see like these people exchanged, you go, okay, something is happening here. Specifically, what really caught my eye is whenever they were entering in a lawsuit with the SEC, because I also know that the SEC plays very much as a kind of a financial mafia. They are kind of your pay to play people. Like they're going to get their fees if you're going to be anything. So while that was bearish for a lot of people, for a lot of us who kind of understand how these things work, we go, So now we have, after that election, or after the election, but now we have a lawsuit. It's deemed not a security. So now we have one of, if not the most regulated, compliant, looking for future compliance and regulation in a financial system so it can be adopted from day one. Ripple's execution in their plans for XRP has been about keeping compliant with regulation. So where a lot of the rest of the space for years have had this narrative of wanting to kind of sneak behind the system. And if you also know just how money moves and controls the world, you kind of also know that the powers that be will never allow that to happen. So you can love that, you can hate that. I'm not here to make a moral judgment on that. I'm here to say, like, I came across this, and all the evidence to me points to the fact that it is looking as though it is going to be majorly adopted across major global financial institutions. They're making statements. They are in the rooms that they need to be in. They're making the deals they need to be making. People were surprised and thought it was bearish that they were becoming a bank. Anyone who's been listening to any one of me or my friends for a while, that's something that people called us crazy about. And we're going, so for me, if I were getting more wrong after about 5 years, I would be more than happy to say I'm wrong. I'm going to, move my money. I would tell people, but I kind of also live by this principle of if I judge my convictions and then my execution, I judge how well I'm doing by the fruit it produces. And so I've been here, and I've bought, my first entry into XRP was 77 cents at the top of like the last bull cycle. I rode and bought that all the way down to 26 cents. I didn't bat an eye. Like, it didn't really bother me. And the only reason that I can say it didn't bother me is because I had done so much research. Whenever that sucker dropped, I was like, heck yes, it's gonna pile up on my back. And people called me stupid then. But yeah, so and now, like, it's funny because now people are saying, oh, lucky you bought them at that price. Like, it is so interesting to me. So anyway, if it's gonna hold weight, if it has good roots, it's gonna bear good fruit.
So do you just buy and hold? That's what you do? Or
I
are
do.
you trading? You're not trading.
No, and in fact, like, most of the people I find have issues with what I have to say are adamant and brilliant traders. What I do is and my strategy and my goals, they're very, very different on just wanting to be in and out of, make some money, go in, go out. For one, I don't have time for that. Two, it just like doesn't click. And three, like, my research and conviction isn't there. And so it's not that I hate on that game. It's just not mine. So my whole strategy has literally just been accumulation, riding price up, because my plans are, these are assets. I plan on never selling a lot of my bag, because I plan on borrowing off of it. And of course I'll diversify, but I'm expecting major price appreciation. And in these assets, of which I will disperse into multiple different ventures, borrow against, and set up kind of a perpetual income making system from that. So those are more of my plans.
What's your price? I wouldn't say prediction, but anticipation for this bull cycle and by 2030?
This bull cycle, like, I won't even touch that topic. And you want to know why?
Why?
Have you looked at the news recently? Have you looked at regulation? Right now, we are in uncharted territory whenever it comes to crypto and crypto markets, because regulation is about to come hot and heavy. Once we get regulation and we know the rules of the road, and institutions and kind of retail alike know how to execute this, then we can start building off of this. Then it starts its utility phase of a run, where very much of the market up until now has been extremely speculative. And it moves much like the stock market because it is ran off of hype. It's ran off of your typical market psychology, and that is why a lot of technical analysis works much like the stock market. It's my opinion that as we get regulation and as these utility tokens, which I specifically talk the most about, utility DeFi tokens like XRP, XDC is my largest holding, XLM, HBAR, Ondo, like, that's kind of the Chainlink. Those are kind of the class of tokens I'm talking about being adopted.
I'm the same way. I pretty much hold all the same ones.
Yeah. So everything to me signals that is what's happening, even with those tokens. And also, to give a little caveat before we start, I'm not an XRP maximalist. I'm probably more of a utility maximalist, and my conviction is if it's utility, if it has use and it's adopted, then price go up.
I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah. Let me give you a little bit of, I don't know if you know my story. Have you seen or heard anything about me?
I've watched you a few times. I have not heard you personally, except for prepping and stuff like that. I haven't heard your personal opinions on it. But I hear you're quite the hater.
I'm actually not a hater. I'm a realist I'm not going to preach like $10,000 XRP this cycle, and probably not even next. you know.
And you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm realistic. I'm thinking, okay, like I'd love to see $5 or $10 this cycle. That's great. I do hold XRP. I've had XRP since 2016. So I got into it very early.
Lucky.
So my background, I can't say too much, but maybe you and chat connect the dots. Okay. I was an audio video engineer in LA for a very long time, and I did a lot of concerts and things like that. But one of the things that I would do is I would sit in these summits, right? Just like the crypto summit, and we're talking about corporations, banks, governments, all these different entities, they have these meetings, right? And I'm the fly on the wall running the audio mixer, sitting in the meeting, all right? And I have NDAs I have like 500 NDAs from all these different companies and different things. So I can't really say. But I wouldn't call it insider trading because there's a gray area there. Anyway, so I'm sitting in a panel in 2016 and I'm like, they are changing the financial direction that this country and world is moving towards. And I was like, how can I capitalize on this? And that's when I got turned on to XRP. And that's when I knew about it. I didn't even really pay Bitcoin much attention at that time. People weren't really even giving it much attention at the time as well. But XRP was the first cryptocurrency I ever bought. And
nice.
Yeah,
I was half joking about the hating.
yeah, I know. Most of this is rage bait. I found I get more people in the chat when I have this up than not, and then I kind of educate people a little bit on where I'm at with it, you know. And that's my main thing is to not feed people what I call the moon cheese. It's the cheese that they put in the trap to make you think something's going to the moon, to keep you from taking profits as retail. And I think that that's where that $10,000, $100,000 narrative this cycle within the next couple months comes from, is to keep people from selling. It keeps them to buy and hold, and that's the rhetoric. And that's
fascinating. Do you think though that it's weird to me that people would even do that only for clout? Because the token itself, I find it fascinating that most people don't realize that XRP really isn't meant for us.
That is 100% correct. I think XLM is more meant for us. Daily transactional value. That's the main one that we'll actually probably use. But at the same time, I'm starting to change this position, but at the same time, like I said, I sat in these panels and I understand the direction they're going. They do not want decentralization. They want centralized CBDCs, and I believe that stable coins are the new CBDC, you know, and I believe that stable coin transfer fees are the new overdraft fee, is what I'm seeing. And that being said, I'm like, what is the actual use case that XRP has? Because when I originally had bought it and I was into it, I was like, this is the currency. This is going to be that one world currency that they're going to use, because that's what they were pushing for. In these meetings, they were talking about a one world government and one world currency and all these different things that they're moving towards, right? I think that that's a bit far off, and we're really early on those things happening. But I think that that's the end goal.
I hope so.
Yeah, that's the end goal, though.
I hope I'm gone.
Yeah, they've made it very clear, in my opinion, from what I've heard, that is the direction they're moving towards. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, like, how do you combat this? You enrich yourself with it and you fight the system from within. You know, you don't let the money change you, and you get into a position of power where you can actually make a difference. right?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that's the rhetoric I'm trying to preach, and I want people to make money off of this. And I'll tell you right now, there is plenty of money to be made off of XRP. XRP did beautifully. I did great on SXT. I don't know if you know about SXT.
Uh-uh.
Okay, it just came out in May. It's off-chain data verification,
Mm.
and it's partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink,
Mm.
and it's like a $100 million market cap and
Ooh.
low coin supply. So I was like, okay, like I was like, I don't know how I feel about XRP. It's already ran up. I took my profits in when Trump got inaugurated, and then I exited the market on January 29th, I think, right before tariffs went in. And I've been looking for my position to re-enter into the market because I'm a smart money investor. I've been buying the bottom for many, many years now. And I'm fine. I was like you. I was just accumulating. Bull cycles came and went, and I didn't take any profits. And I had many opportunities where I could have retired so much sooner, right? And I don't know if you know, I'm retired now. I'm 37 years old. So
That's my goal.
and you'll get there.
That's awesome.
I'll tell you right now, if you're into crypto right now and you're learning from people like me or others that have found the system of how to make it work to actually become financially free, you'll get there. But I'll warn you this: you probably got maybe 1 or 2 cycles left. I think we're coming to the end of it here, and the volatilities will go away. And I think a lot of projects will go away.
Yes.
So my main thing about XRP is this: what actual use case does it have if we're moving towards CBDCs and we're moving towards stable coins, right? And what is it actually going to do? It's not going to be the currency that I once thought it would be.
Nope.
And I think it's going to serve more or less as a liquidity pool and facilitation of gas fees, So I don't see how it reaches that 10K or even like $1,000 mark with that being the case. What do you think?
So let me pull up, because I've heard this a lot. I'm going to pull up the BIS's, which is the Bank of International Settlement. They talked about why stablecoins is not a good mechanism to be the main exchange for money. One of it had to deal with.
If you want, I can have Jesse look it up for you so that we can continue talking.
Oh, I got it right here.
I have a fact checker. Jesse, say hi to everyone. Jesse's our fact checker. She's in the background. She's mic'd up. Jesse, say hi to everybody. Say hi to your fans. She's here. I'll turn your mic up.
Hey, Jesse. I want a fact checker.
Hi, guys. Hi, Brooke.
Hi.
So
hello, how are you?
Jesse's here to look up anything that we need to verify or fact check and make sure that everything is copacetic, So, Jesse, do you want to look that up for us?
Let's see.
It sounds like she's got it, and if it's something specific, she's the only one that's going to know where to find it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's on the BIS. The 3 reasons why the 3 reasons they listed why stable coins will not be like the only end. It might be the main, but it doesn't facilitate everything needed for a transfer of certain transactions.
Right. They're XRP is like the gas, right? The gas in the car, and the stable coins like the car, right? And gas gets burned.
Yes.
And so that's why.
And so it might. So that is one way. That's one aspect of how XRP works naturally through its burning mechanism. So anytime you're going to use or transact across a stable coin, yes, like there's going to be a back end like burn or gas fee that XRP would, like their native token would be used for that. And so then we can talk about that, the more use that it has in adoption and the more payments that it's using across its rails, the more it's going to be burned. And I know people, they talk about how, well, it's just a very minute amount, but we're possibly talking about multiple entities, multiple financial institutions moving money this way, and not small amounts of money, bigger amounts of money. Okay, I found it. All right, the BIS Annual Economic Report of 2025, it just came out this past month. So, and they've been releasing video after video. So I encourage everyone, the BIS is a great resource to go and do your own research on this. Okay. So the BIS 2025 Annual Economic Report listed three fundamental reasons why stablecoins fail to serve as real money and thus cannot become the primary medium of exchange. They listed 1, singleness, 2, elasticity, and 3, integrity. And so those things, you very much need the back end of a blockchain and the cryptocurrency working behind it to facilitate faster, smarter payments. So that's not me saying like the world's not just going to be moving and using stable coins. That's your
My speculation, 100% speculation on that one. That's just the direction I'm leaning, in my opinion. Everyone knows that's my opinion. I think that that's what they're moving towards. I could be wrong.
Well, so that's the thing though. I think that whenever I read something like the Bank of International Settlements, so just to explain, the Bank of International Settlements is the entity that even our Federal Reserve goes through, and they have project after project after project, and test pilot using multiple different central banks across the world and test piloting this technology. And so they really are one of the main movers that will determine how the payments actually move. And so whenever I see someone like the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, saying stablecoins can't do this because it doesn't do XYZ, they are one of the foremost supreme authorities when it comes to money transactions in our world. Our Federal Reserve even has to adhere to a lot of the Bank of International Settlements, how they do it. And technically, our Federal Reserve is behind the Bank of International Settlements. It's a whole nice little circle ring.
I agree with you. We need to have the native token. It does serve a purpose. But what my question is like, if that's its purpose, is basically gas and liquidity, how does it reach? How does it reach any higher than $25 or even $100?
Like we're just talking about one use case. We're not talking about all the other use cases and how different countries will implement it, because you do have certain countries that are building their very own CBDC off of XRP. And that's another use case. You have entire countries test piloting, like Colombia, tokenizing their entire real estate on top of the XRPL. And so we're not just talking about usage of stablecoins. We're not just talking about using XRP as a gas fee. The use of XRP, when it makes sense, because they talk about it, is actually extremely profound and extremely handy and has a lot of edge in using it. And so I think a lot of people overlook the fact that XRP in and of itself, within certain types of transactions, not necessarily ones that you would facilitate a stablecoin transaction through, like RLUSD, But there are other very specific use cases and transactions that using the native token XRP period makes it more advantageous and gives it an edge really against all of its other competitors. Not only just to mention the amount of liquidity that you can tap into via this. So it's incredible.
I'll tell you something. About, maybe a couple weeks ago, I didn't see what use case XRP could possibly have more than, like I said, liquidity pool and gas fees, right?
Do you know how hard? Well, hold on. You just say liquidity pool. Liquidity is going to be the name of the game coming up. And that is the sauce. And that is why I just sometimes want to beat my head against the wall, because we say that. I don't see how it can do that, because it's going to be through stable coins and a liquidity pool. Do you know the amount of depth of liquidity that XRP is like already have, but gearing up to have? It is. And then whenever you look at the geopolitical landscape, the very crisis that we are headed upon is what I believe we're headed upon is a liquidity crisis. And so then you have an entity like the DTCC, do you know about the DTCC?
Explain to me.
Okay,
I'll tell you what right now, I do not claim to know everything about crypto. That is for sure. More or less the news. You are the expert. That's why I brought you here. Cause I was like, if anyone can convince me, it's you, at least in this space, right? That will actually sit down and talk to me. So I want to believe. I talk to Mega Crypto like constantly. I'm like, Mega, please help me believe, make me believe. I want to so badly, because if it's true, I'm going to be filthy freaking rich beyond my wildest dreams. And we all will. And I want that so badly. I just need confirmation. You know what I mean? I need more than just random people saying all these different things that there's no backing other than Brad Garlinghouse says. You know what I mean? I don't count that as a source. You know what I mean? He has everything to gain from pumping this coin. So like that.
And see, that's the person who I listen to the least.
Same.
Unless I'm wanting to. And not that I don't like him or anything. I think he's a great CEO and he's doing good things. But so the DTCC is the entity behind the settlements of like BlackRock, of pretty much every major financial institutions. They, through their subsidiaries, the DTCC settles over 3 quadrillion. Okay, they settle over $3 quadrillion worth of money in a year. Okay, so then you have the DTCC running projects like Project Ion. And Project Ion, the whole project, they're trying to get the settlement time from like T3, of which they used to have it, all the way down to T0. They've made it to T1, time 1 to settle. So Project Ion use a company called R3 Corda. R3 Corda specifically was in a lawsuit with Ripple in the buying of XRP. They settled on, I believe, $1 billion when they were wanting $5 billion. And so R3 Corda, in their settlement mechanism, uses XRP. They also use XDC. And so whenever I see an entity like the DTCC, who settles payments for every major financial institution, like every notable one, using R3 Corda, which facilitates XRP and XDC to do these transactions, I go, that's bullish for both of those things. And so then also, I've had this, I talked earlier, like the crisis that we're headed upon globally is a global liquidity crisis. When I came across XRP, I formed 3 different theses on how this could go. The number one conspiratorial one was And this is layered on top of other macro and geopolitical analysis, not just crypto. But if what I thought was happening was going to happen, and this technology does what they claim it's going to do, I said, oh my goodness, we will never accept this unless we absolutely have to. That means major financial, that's a collapse. And so that was almost 5 years ago. And we've been marching up towards this debt liquidity crisis.
And yeah, that's actually been a thing in history. It's called the race to the bottom. Look it up. It's an actual thing.
No, yeah, I've studied the race to the bottom.
Yeah, so whoever fails first wins, and that's what I think we're seeing is the race to the bottom, because they are doing the switch. They are flipping things. So yeah,
and we sound crazy, but they really are.
Yeah.
So what's interesting with this too, so then I followed the DTCC that has Project Ion, okay, facilitates R3 Corda. But then a few months ago, or about a month ago, on Block Nations Live, they were covering the DTCC's presentation called The Great Collateral Experiment. And they literally walked us through a liquidity crisis similar to 2008. And then they walked us through how they would use blockchain and crypto to mitigate or avoid the same hardships that went through. And then they listed 3 projects that they used to settle that through. They listed Ripple, they listed Stellar, and they listed Solana. They also talked about Bitcoin, but Bitcoin was being used as the collateral in some of the case studies that they were using. And so they literally had and you can go out and watch this, I'll send it to you. They're like, the UK is having a financial crisis and they own collateral over here. So they were mimicking a liquidity crisis and showing us on the back end, like how they would facilitate these margin calls to literally unplug. So they're kind of like the plumbers on the back end of the system, going like, who needs what where? We got to get rid of this blockage right here. We got to send money here. They're the people on the back end that do that. So then I get really bullish because they know that a bunch of us sit out here and we speculate. They know that there's this whole crypto market going on. So for an entity like the DTCC that settles over $3 quadrillion, they drop very specific projects. I find that very bullish and peculiar.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm definitely more bullish on XRP. That's for sure. And I'll tell you what really changed my mind. What you're saying is definitely added to that for sure. Did you see that they added smart contracts to the XRPL?
Yeah.
That's a big deal. Could potentially replace Ethereum. Right.
And I'm a realist too. As much of as I would like to see that, because I'm not an Ethereum fan, to be quite honest. But I'm also a realist. I know the people involved with Ethereum. I know how deep the claws go. A part of this you have to realize. Because people also argue, there's better tech here, there's that's faster, this and that. Listen, sure, as much as that can be true, who are they friends with? Who are in the room with? Like, a lot of this, the decisions have already happened behind closed doors, regardless if there's a better technology out there or not.
100%.
And if you just look at the players,
there's already a plan in place. They're just marching towards it. I agree with that.
Yep.
And you were at the convention, right? The XRP convention?
I was, yes.
And so you heard it. David Schwartz himself said that it's an ecosystem, that XRP is not this, and Ripple is not the end all be all going to facilitate everything. It's going to be an ecosystem. So, and I think that's where a lot of people you saw the SEC proposal on the sec.gov website, if I'm correct. Have you seen that?
I don't think I have.
Oh, see. Okay, so let me pull it up. So it's right here. sec.gov XRP proposal. All right, and look, it's highlighted. First thing at the top, right? So this is the comprehensive proposal, XRP as a strategic financial asset for the U.S., right? And it basically global Nostros accounts of 27 trillion, U.S. shares of Nostros accounts of 5 trillion, capital release using XRP 30% of 1.5 trillion, annual savings on transaction fees for 7.5 billion, potential Bitcoin purchase at 60,000 BTC at 25 million, and so on and so forth as far as the that goes. And then there's an accelerated 6 to 12 month plan, fast tracking XRP implementation. So there's regulatory clearance 3 to 6 months, 1 to 3 months accelerated presidential executive order to facilitate that, XRP testing and government payments 6 to 12 months, 2 to 4 months accelerated treasury backed joint program, full scale financial integration 12 to 24 months, Federal Reserve and OCC mandates, and Bitcoin reserve buildup 24 months. And basically it's a roadmap of how XRP could potentially become the replacement for the dollar, basically, is what people are speculating on this. I'm surprised you haven't seen her.
Is this recent? Like, is this now?
No, this has been out for, I want to say, like at least a year, 6 months to a year.
I am
okay.
I'm a bad researcher if I've missed this.
Don't get too bullish on it though. All right. So here's the thing is people believe all of the crazy theories about XRP because of this piece of paper right here. Right. And they're like, oh, it's
literally, I've never seen it.
I'm so glad that you've never seen it.
What does that say about me?
Well, that actually shows intelligence. Okay. Because I'm about to break this down for you. Okay.
Okay.
This is the biggest piece of BS I've ever seen in my life. And this is part of what sparked a lot of people FOMOing into XRP at the top of the cycle when it was back at like $3.15, right? I think that's about the time this came out. And here's the thing is this is never going to happen. This is just because it's on the sec.gov website does not give it any validity whatsoever. This is a proposal that, and it says it right here. It says XRP, a strategic financial asset for the U.S. by Maximilian Stradinger. Maximilian Stradinger is a XRP maxi technical analysis pundit guy. So a random guy that wants to pump XRP wrote this thing. I could write this and post this to the website. Yeah, you write
proposals.
Yeah, it's a proposal. Yeah. That's all it is. But people see, oh, it's on the SEC website, and they're just like, oh, this and that. And this was the first step to turning me off to XRP because I was just like, the rhetoric behind it, like, can we just be about facts here? Can we just stop with this kind of crap and pushing this stuff out, you know? And this left such a bad taste in my mouth. And I was just like, and basically it was like, I'm so done being fed nonsense. I'm so done with Brad Garlinghouse coming out and saying the case is over and it's not. And then all these different lies and things coming out about XRP. I was just like, I'm so turned off with it. I think the moon cheese is real and the rhetoric is real, and XRP will do phenomenal because of it. Right. Look at what it did today, where it outperformed Bitcoin as far as being one of the top coins, it outperformed pretty much everything. Obviously, there were like, meme coin things that did better, but the only thing that did as well as XRP was SXT, and SXT performed first, and then I was able to move those profits last night into XRP and then catch that again. So I got a double wave on that one. So
Nice.
yeah, but
I'm just lazy.
yeah, well, I'm retired. I literally was like, okay, I'm going to retire and I'm going to day trade for the rest of my life. That's what I'm going to do now, because I'm like, I finally made it. Here I am, right? So it's what I do, and I have horrible insomnia, so I sleep like 1 to 4 hours a night. So I'm up all night.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'm up all night watching the charts and doing all this anyway. So I'm trading. Yeah, I have the time for it, I have that ability.
Yeah.
Not everybody does. And that's why I do the show, because that way I can put out my price point videos for people, and people can set their limit orders and not have to watch the charts all day. Because I understand that most people, they got kids, they got jobs, they got soccer practice and kung fu and everything. You know what I mean? They can't do it. So like that's why I do this. Because I'll tell you what right now, Brooke, I don't have to do this. I could literally be on vacation right now. I'm going on vacation actually on Monday. Big Baller in the chat here. He's sending me on vacation as a thank you, because I made people a lot of money, So I'm excited for that. We're actually going to hang out, and he's going to buy me dinner, and we're talking about a affiliate thing. So he invented something, and I'm going to have it here on the set and use it and whatnot and promote it.
That's fun.
So it's a bit of a
That's
business
fun.
meeting too, but we're going to go and we're going to have a little vacation together and hang out and talk business. But
That's what I'm gonna do with my people whenever on the other side of this. That's exactly. We're gonna go talk business on a beach.
that's the plan.
So.
I'll tell you what, like if XRP reaches 100K, I'm buying a fleet of yachts for everyone in the chat, and I will be the admiral, and we will go sail the seven seas like a bunch of pirates. All right. But it's like
I better have a bigger. I went deep sea fishing on my vacation just a few weeks ago, and I don't know if I'm cut out for the boat life. My head was hanging out seaboard.
Oh my God. Dramamine. I'm a boat guy. Like my favorite vacation is to go on a cruise, because they have the casino on there, and like I can be at the casino with my room, and I can travel everywhere. I'm not stuck at a casino, because I like to play poker, right? So, and I'm not really a gambler. Okay, we can't say the word on here, but I'm not a gambler, but I do like to play cards, and because I like psychology. I actually look on my desk right here. This is one of my favorite books. This is actually a textbook on psychology from 1969 from Harvard University.
Who wrote it?
This is Harcourt and Brace. It's a textbook, okay? So it's a textbook, but the textbook, it's Jerome Kagan from Harvard University and Ernest Haveman. So, but the thing is they don't write the textbooks like they used to. This was written when they were doing MK Ultra. So this is one of my prized possessions right here. It's very saucy. It's mostly science experiments, right? And I love psychology, and I think that's like I would say like 70% of trading in the market is psychology, right? And so like I'm really big on psychology. I'm trying to get in the mind of the daily trader. I'm trying to get in the mind of the whale, and trying to get in the mind of the entity that is facilitating the trades for the whale, and just to like, and in the mind of the corporations and the CEOs and what they're trying to do, right? Because I have the information of everything that I've learned over these years being in these panels and stuff, right? And so I'm like, what's the psychology? What is the play here? What are they doing, right? So, and I think that's why I'm like, okay, XRP is one of two things. It's either going to be something super magnificent and massive, and the rhetoric is out there because the internet is smart now and people have picked up on that, or it's the biggest scam play of all time, you know, that and that's what I'm worried about is like with Ripple holding 44% of the supply and unloading every month, like
You want to talk about that?
I really do, because like
Okay, we can talk about it.
I want you to change my mind, okay? Because
Take a few drinks.
I've been holding this
Hold on.
for so long, and I got my moon bags, but I really want to load up on this thing. I've been moving more back into the market. I'll probably remove some out come around the first, you know, but I'm looking to get back into the market because I've been out of it since January, which was a good call, you know. So
yeah. Oh yeah. That was good. That's why I want to sit down and I want to be able to be chart literate. I want to be able to read charts despite whether I trade or not. And that's awesome that you're into psychology because markets are psychology.
100%.
They are. That's why we have the fear and greed index, and that is why we had a really interesting discussion about psychology and even the moon cycles. Like, you know, how they say the billionaires follow the stars while millionaires follow charts.
Yeah.
I find it very interesting.
You know, it's funny you say that because that is one of my main indicators. And I actually found that by accident because one of my favorite pastimes is to take the Jeep out and go stargazing. You know, I live out here in the middle of nowhere. It's really dark. So I'm always stargazing, but I'm like, I don't want to take the Jeep out to the middle of nowhere, spend all that time and effort, and then it's a full moon, right? You don't want that. And then I'm trading at the same time, and I started seeing the correlation. And I was like, holy crap, there's a correlation here. And then you know what I discovered a couple days ago? There's actually an indicator on TradingView for moon cycles.
Really, that's awesome.
Look at this.
That would be the type of charting. I'd be the weirdest charter.
Look at the chart. So full moon, boom. Full moon, boom. And full moon, boom. So like I've been doing.
You just had a full moon and boom.
Exactly. And this was the buck moon. And what do bulls do? They buck. And look at the crazy push we got from that full moon. But I do think that, and that's part of why I got the red light on. And so basically, a full moon after the full moon is a bearish signal, right?
Yep.
So we're looking at a reversal. Are we going back down to, you know, $1.63? No.
Right.
Maybe potentially if tariffs just throw a crazy wrench in the gear. But I would say that it is kind of convenient how the rhetoric lines up, not only with the moon cycles, but with the news. How just before the Fed's about to come out with bad news about not lowering rates, the same day in the morning, Brad Garlinghouse comes out and says that the case is over when it's not, you know, and we see that time and time again. We had the big God candle here, up to $3 again. This was March 2nd when Trump puts out on a Sunday on True Social that they're making the Bitcoin reserve, and then it completely canceled out the next day because of tariffs. It seems like it's all too convenient, right? And
a lot of this seems all too convenient. Yeah. I no longer believe in I believe in consequences. Coincidences.
Agreed.
Yes.
And they're doing crypto week, right? Just right before the tariffs are about to roll out. And I have a feeling that it's going to be a gnarly downward movement from whatever news we get, because I've been following the whole tariff thing. There's going to be a lot of tariffs coming in on the 1st, and there's going to be a lot of reciprocal tariffs. It's going to be full-blown trade war like it was back in January, February. So
Here we go.
I know. So all those gains that we got, so not financial advice, but make sure you're taking profits, people, because what goes up must come down, and that's what I'm trying to. And obviously, you're a long-term holder, right? You've been buying since 16 cents, so you're looking great right now. You're phenomenal, great prices to buy, but I'm at this point of why do I want to buy at $3 when I can buy at $2? Or I
Right.
can buy
Oh
at
yeah.
$1.
Oh yeah.
And so
Oh
I've
yeah.
already I've been accumulating XRP for years, right? And never did anything with it, never took any profits. And then it ran up and I was like, okay, I'm taking profits. I'm done working. I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I'm getting out of it, and especially with I thought things would go higher because honestly I thought this was a bull flag right here, and then the tariff thing came out and everybody was like, oh, we're gonna pump like crazy, it's a bull flag, and I was like, no, it's not. We're about to get a rude awakening. So I got out, and that's when I started the show because I was like, I need to tell people.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm totally willing to buy more XRP, but I want to buy it at 50 cents, 75 cents.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm no longer, so full transparency, I don't accumulate XRP anymore. I literally have just sat on my bags and I'm working on accumulation of other tokens. But when people ask me or they talk to me, like I realize my move into other tokens, now those are even more risky. Where now later on, and I tell them, whenever you hear me yapping about it, it was at like 50 cents. That's where I was. And so I'm like, yes, it's at, over $2 here. Like I think it has much more price appreciation, but the ability to like really stack your bags and ride that price appreciation up is a lot more limited. And so, like, I totally agree that there's other opportunities, but also, like, you and I, we do this day in and day out, and we're on these panels and we talk about these things. The average person and who I'm trying to help are the people in my peer group, like your mom. Like, we're busy. And so it's one of those things that it's very easy for me to go, okay, for them to be comfortable, it's for them to start their research and have their own conviction. XRP is extremely easy to explain to them, and it's extremely easy to show them the real world use cases, the major entities, the traditional financial players that are in the arena with Ripple and XRP, and that it also now has legal clarity. And so there's so many things that, like, is it for everyone? Should everyone accrue? No, not necessarily. Like, this isn't a one size fits all.
Right.
And so it's more like, okay, so if you're wanting to, my personal belief, I tell them, I think it will beat the stock market. I believe you're going to do a whole heck of a lot better than eating money into your 401k all the time.
I agree.
So there's that aspect to it. Yeah.
I tell you, people always ask me, they're like, what should I do? And I'm like, there's no blanket strategy or thing you can throw over everyone, and that's going to be what you need to do. Everyone is different, and I offer one-on-one coaching for my deluxe subscribers. So deluxe subscribers message me directly. I do on-demand TA. I help them with their wallets. I help them with setting up a strategy for their portfolio for what works for them, because everyone bought in at a different price. Everyone has a different amount in there. Everyone is different. But you're totally right. For someone like me, I have moved most of my earnings from crypto into defense contracts where I'm earning dividends from, and that's what I live off of, is my dividends from my defense contracts. And they're appreciating over time. And one thing I try to tell people is to become wealthy, you need to take high risk with a small amount of money and low risk with a large amount of money. And that's what I've done. Just recently this year in January, I've changed my portfolio in a way where now I'm less about risk and more about securing where I'm at now so that I can continue to grow that and stay in the position that I'm in. At the same time, I still have my moon bags, but it's smaller amounts than what it used to be. I used to be just 100% into crypto, and so like that's where a lot of people get this idea of that, oh, I'm the bear of the crypto market because I am preaching blah blah blah, whatever. But that's because my situation's different, and
Right.
I'm just saying what I'm doing, and I try to clarify with people all the time, like, everyone is different. You're gonna find something that works for you, and that's really all you need to be a successful trader. Is find a strategy that works for you and get control of your emotions. You have those two things, you're gonna do phenomenal. So
It's really funny because I have a reputation, and I am emotional. The thing I'm least emotional about is price in the bag. As funny as that is, these small moves, like it's fun to watch my net worth increase. And I am judging myself, and like green days are fun, and seeing all this roll out, it's fun, but um, and I also want to touch on, like you kind of alluded to, and people in here, they're like, I'm reading some of the comments, and they're saying like, did you read that this project is gonna replace that one or this one? Look, there is so many use cases. There are so many things that need like infrastructure that has to be built. There's room for a lot of these projects to run and do really, really well. It just depends about adoption. And I think people have this idea, and this document from the SEC that I'm coming across. People make these claims that it's going to be the one all and be all and replace this. It's
it's not.
None of the evidence shows that. It's not going to do that. But what it will do is it will play a major role in my opinion, facilitating major financial rails across the global financial institutions be what they are. And there's multiple different use cases other than just stable coins. And so we live in a land of and so many people in the crypto space, and I think a lot of the people get really upset and fight a lot. I feel like they think that they live in a land of or. I have to have gold or crypto, stocks or crypto, Bitcoin or XRP or blah blah or. We live in a place where we can have
Yeah.
I have gold and silver and stocks and crypto and not just XRP and XD and
Right.
like
I do
people
the same
just
thing.
really need to.
I'm like, I want to have crypto and gold and silver and businesses and land and all these different things, So yeah, that's totally 100%. You can have it all. And that's why I try to tell people, I'm like, yeah, you made a bunch of money in crypto. Crypto is very volatile. If you're making, serious amount of money, make it real and turn it into real estate. Turn it into something that you can actually use and turn into a second income. Now, because if you're owning real estate and you own like a quadruplex or something, you can rent that out, and that can be more income to go in to fill your bags. And people, I think you're right. They get stuck on this idea that they can only do one thing, or they're very tunnel visioned on things.
Right. And tribalistic and
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's what I try to tell people is like, first of all, this show is about normalizing not hating each other because we have different opinions. That's the whole focus and goal of this show, is to have a platform where we can come together and we can debate these things without calling each other names, without raising our voices, and just talk about it and get the information and let the chat decide. I never actually take like a stance on things, especially like politically. Like I have my places where I stand, but I never will tell you this is what I think. I will give you both sides of the coin, and I will also look at the edge of the coin to look for validity in things. And I don't know if you know about the show. So we have I do the show, and then we have Jessie. She fact checks everything, and then I have 3 journalists that work remotely. So I have a far right journalist, I have a leftist journalist, and I have a centrist journalist. And so because of that, it's about breaking echo chambers and breaking out of the bubble and trying to hear what everyone's hearing. Because I noticed, like when I even in crypto, if I just go in and try to pull up the news, because I've been an XRP maxi for so long, all I'm ever going to see is XRP news. I have to actively work to find the other things. So that's why I have the separate journalists to try to find those different things. And that's how, I don't know if you saw just recently, so Circle is in direct competition with XRP now, or with Ripple. Sorry, we all do that. We conflate Ripple with XRP. They're 2 different things. But oh, look at XRP's going up. It's recovering.
Is it?
It is a little bit. 277. That's good. Oh, kitty.
We just rescued this thing, and someone is supposed to be watching it, and they're not. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, we love animals.
Hold on.
I bring my kitties on from time to time too. Everyone, thank you. Make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in those gifts to me or Brooke. Either way, it does help the algorithm. Much appreciated to everyone that gives. Let's do a money gun since we're all making some money today. Send a money gun to me or Brooke. It doesn't matter who you send it to, because it's all about helping the algorithm. We've had like a average of 100 people watching at a time today. Great. And we're at 94K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get those numbers up. I want to see 1 million likes today.
1 million?
I think we had like 0.5 million is our record. So I want to double that.
Nice. Dang. Hot dang.
Well, it's hit and miss. Sometimes there's only 9 people watching, and that's usually when we get hit with the guidelines. That's why we have to have Twitch.
Oh, it was funny. There was a comment earlier that said the DTCC is about derivatives. That has nothing to do with crypto. Like, can we go into tokenization?
Yeah, let's hear about it.
Well, have you looked into Ondo?
Oh yeah, I am so bullish on Ondo, Algo, anything RWA. That's what I think it's a little early. We're going to see a movement in those this cycle, but I think that those are going to be the prime winners of the next cycle for sure. Is going to be everything RWA, because I'm listen to me, hear me out on this one, right? So XRP, Bitcoin, whatever it is that you're into, it's all backed by fiat, right?
Yep.
And so we're putting our fiat into these projects because we know that the value of fiat is depreciating. But as of right now, we cannot we can spend the crypto in some places and use it in some ways, but we're basically exchanging it back into fiat, right? So it is appreciating in value over time, but also fiat is depreciating in value over time. So because of that, we are getting more money out of it over the long run, but the value of the dollar is depreciating. So when I'm looking at real world assets, I'm like, we're buying into tokenization of something that is appreciating in value over time, as well as, the token appreciating, the assets are appreciating. So I see it as a compounded appreciation, whereas when you're invested into these tokens that are just liquidity pools, basically. It's just trading fiat for fiat, whereas now we have the ability to buy something that is appreciating over time. Because that's one of my biggest things is I try not to spend money unless it makes money. So I've never had like a car payment in my life, but when I buy a car, I drive a classic car because it appreciates in value, and I have something nice. And some people would see that as a liability, but because I own a business restoring classic cars, it's not a liability because I have the ability to maintain it. So it's an asset to me. So
That
that's
quadrant, that Kiyosaki quadrant, you're in that square, aren't you? Do you know about the quadrant,
no,
the
no. Tell me.
asset? That's awesome. Oh, he just has one a Rich Dad Poor Dad. He talks about how you want to get into what you just explained is how your money and what you buy makes money for you constantly. And so, most people work in the liabilities, cash and debt and depreciating assets in those quadrants. And he
Right.
talks about working and getting into that setting up that quadrant the way you just talked about. And that's what I plan on doing. A lot of people talk about an exit strategy, and I really don't have an exit strategy as much as I have an implementation strategy, because for me, I'm treating this much like a Warren Buffett type of play, long term price appreciation, and I want to borrow off of them and then go into other assets to buy. So like fractionalized real estate. So in my mind's eye, kind of how one of the strategies, and if it changes, I'll pivot, but I also think that there's a major housing correction coming.
Oh yeah.
So in a time that now we have fractionalized real estate and platforms that I can buy into and use my crypto as collateral, and I believe that that is going to become a more regulated space within the next probably 12 to 18 months, to where I'll feel more comfortable executing and deploying funds into these things. But regardless, I'm going to be waiting for a market crash in the housing markets. And it's my opinion, because the bullish case for the cryptos I buy is a crash liquidity crisis, and use case I believe will take price up. So at the time that I think real estate will be on sale, I think that my crypto assets will possibly be at a higher price, of which I can then borrow against them and then start my real estate portfolio via fractionalized real estate.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for the crash too, because it's actually already started on the East Coast. So because of the Doge cuts, the housing market in like West Virginia and DC has just crashed dramatically because all the people are selling their homes, moving out. And that was like some of the highest real estate on the East Coast was in that area. Obviously New York as well, but we're seeing the effects of that already starting to happen over there, and it's only going to get worse. And like we said, this is the race to the bottom. That's part of it, is that bubble popping. So when that bubble pops, I'm definitely going to be swooping in and getting me some hunting land out in West Virginia and living my life out there. I love the East Coast. East Coast is so beautiful.
It is beautiful. You have to realize, people are saying not the West Coast, not this market. The customer no longer has money to spend. Americans are in the most amount of debt, credit card wise, that they've ever been in. Housing is the most unaffordable, even surpassing the Great Depression era.
It is. The only difference between now and the Great Depression is we have access to credit. That's the only difference. It's actually worse. Right.
It makes it so much worse, right? Because now we're talking about a bubble within a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. The entire world is so intertwined and wrapped up that I have my eye on Japan right now, big time, following the yen, following their bond market, following their treasuries, um, and I think it's going to start in Japan. And this is
Oh,
something very interesting. I think look at
100%.
the relationship between SBI, Japan's SBI, and look at their relationship with Ripple. You want to talk about a use case and a need for those deep liquidity pools. Just wait till Japan really has their crisis. And the world, it's like a deck of cards or like a house of cards or a Jenga game. As you pull these out, it comes crashing down. Or if that doesn't happen, the other part takes off. We get hyperinflation, and very few people understand the fork in the road that especially the American economy and monetarily where we are at. We go one or two ways, or both, possibly. We get hyperinflation, and then we get a big crash, or we get a massive like crash, and then we rebuild. There's a possibility that this technology that we're talking about here actually might allow us to kick that debt can down the road faster. I hope not. But at the same time, you're looking. Which one do you want? Do you want hyperinflation or massive deflation? Woohoo!
Yeah.
What do you think? Where do you see it going?
Well, I feel like we're in stagflation right now.
Definitely.
And
Technically, we are.
if we get rate cuts, I see hyperinflation.
Yep.
If we get rate hikes, then we have deflation. So it's basically all lies on the Fed right now. And that's why
It is.
everyone is like, oh, they're screaming. Even Trump is screaming, rate cuts, rate cuts, rate cuts. And people just don't understand. Be careful what you wish for, be careful what you wish for, because things are very rocky right now. And everyone keeps saying like, oh, they're gonna fire Jerome Powell and they're gonna bring someone else in there and all this stuff. And I'm like, you do realize that they voted unanimously? The Fed has been voting unanimously on keeping rates the same every single month, or every time they vote. It's been unanimous. And so removing Jerome Powell isn't going to change anything. And
I swear, the Federal Reserve has the most PhD economists in there, and they don't know whether to scratch their watch or to wind their butt. Like they know absolutely nothing of what's going on because they're all modern monetary theorists.
Yeah. They don't understand.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say they don't understand the play that's happening with tariffs right now. They don't understand that, and they don't understand like crypto, how it's going to restructure everything. Like they just have no clue.
Your boy, what's his name? I mentioned him. Michael Barr knows quite a bit, which I find that I read a lot of Michael Barr's papers back in his day, but a lot of them don't. And with Trump wanting to cut rates, he's wanting that for a massive market incline. Plus, we have, I think it's around $8 trillion that we have to refinance within the next 2 months.
Right. But they raised the debt ceiling, though. So do we even really need the rate cut? Do we need the rate cut anymore?
But here's the thing. Did you look at the 10-year bond rate, yields? No. All right. We have the 10-year bond was heading back up. Or I think it was around 9.5. It might have broke 5% again. Whenever you see bond yields, especially the 10-year.
Like treasury bonds?
The 10-year treasury bond writing like that. It's it would be very odd to cut. And so they are at a catch 22. There is really not a move that just doesn't send things in one direction or the other. The reason why they're keeping, in my opinion, the reason why they're keeping race the way that they just are is because they're not ready to unleash what they're about to. They're not quite ready. Once you see the Fed make a rate move, I'll know the next move. Does that make sense?
Exactly. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
There, I'll tell you what right now. July, no rate cuts. Ain't happening. Maybe September, they're kind of playing with the idea, but I think that is just to keep the market afloat, to keep that idea, that rhetoric that rate cuts will come, but they're probably not coming this year.
Yeah. And having said all of that, and here's my little tinfoil crown I'm gonna put on. I will be the conspiracy princess. And we've alluded to it. I think there is a plan. Whichever way, whichever crisis I see goes, then it's kind of like, okay, then this is going to happen. That's kind of how I see it. So I don't even really stick to this is what I think is going to happen. It's the only way I think it's going to happen. I kind of view this journey and my thesis and how we're going of like, okay, now they did this, and so my maps are like, if they do this, we'll do this, but if they do this, this will happen. And those have been tracking, like once I structured my theories and theses that way, it's been interesting to see what direction they've taken. And oddly enough, it's been the most conspiratorial one.
Yeah. I don't even think it's a conspiracy. I think it, 1 + 1 = 2, like it's not that hard to figure it out.
And then when you know the history of how these things happen, I encourage everyone to read The Creature of Jekyll Island by G. Edward Griffin. And then my friend Maya, she's been in the chat. Her and her husband are a producer. And they produced the documentary XRP Unleashed that turned into Right from the Start that I was in.
Caveman told me about that. I want to watch that.
Yeah.
XRP
Hey, Maya,
Unleashed.
if you're in here, just say hey again. She was in the chat. Her and her husband have a new documentary, and they interviewed J. Edward Griffin and a few other like monetary legends that we would all know. But understanding how our financial system got to where it is today, and you realize that it was literally colluded upon a secret island off the coast of Georgia called Jekyll Island. And the people who went down there were bankers and politicians, and they went in disguise to plan the next financial system. And then Titanic went down with all the people that didn't like the Federal Reserve idea. And so then in 1913, we ratified our Constitution, which a central bank was unconstitutional up until that point. And so literally the financial system, the Federal Reserve that we have right now, was conspired in secret.
Yeah.
So these things, there's even historical prefaces for this, like what makes us think that these things aren't happening right now. So it perplexes me saying all of that, and for people that have an understanding, to look at a company like Ripple and the people who they exchange between them and these other people, what rooms they're in, even their connection, like their developer, my goodness, David Schwartz, he helped patent blockchain technology. He worked for NSA. Like how many more things?
Didn't he work on Bitcoin as well?
Like
he helped develop Bitcoin, right?
he was a developer on Bitcoin, and it's speculation that he is possibly one of the Satoshis or a Satoshi.
That's what I think too. I think there's a wallet that became active recently. I think that that's David Schwartz's wallet, and there's a potential that he may be moving that Bitcoin into XRP.
Did you hear about Arthur Brito?
No, tell me.
Arthur
Oh
Brito
wait, yeah, the
was
smiley face, right? With no. Yeah, he like woke up
after
out of
14
nowhere.
years.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Here's my question. Why aren't Bitcoin people and XRP people linking arms and going like, oh my gosh, do you realize, guys, like whether you're an XRP or Bitcoin, like there are so many cool, like, like have fun with this. There's so much allure and mystery and almost folklore to something now that is becoming mainstream, and you're
Rabbit hole
investing
is
in it and
never
you're talking
ending.
like, how fun is that?
Yeah.
Like sit back for a little bit and kind of like narrate what is happening right now. We're arguing over Bitcoin with a guy who like Satoshi. It's just, and like think about Satoshi released the Bitcoin white paper on Halloween. Now all of like the 4th of July wake up, that was very interesting that it happened,
Right.
that Arthur Brito became live 4th of July. Like just
Yeah. It's a deep rabbit hole for sure. I'll give you that. You know what else what I'm concerned about Bitcoin though is Satoshi's wallet still has all that coins, and everyone just has this idea that they're never going to touch it. I just don't believe that. And there's I believe that Bitcoin stands for beta test coin, you know?
I do too.
And and I'm sure you know that Satoshi Nakamoto means Central Intelligence Agency.
I have not heard that, but that makes sense. Satoshi Nakamoto, Central Intelligence Agency.
So it's actually, yeah. So like, it's the translation in Japanese. It reads backwards, but when you read it forwards, it's basically. I don't know what the Jesse. Can you fact check that what the actual translation for Satoshi Nakamoto is in the English language? But basically, it means Central Intelligence Agency. And so that is alarming. And then, so let's just.
It's a red flag.
Yeah. And then if it is the beta test coin, and they're going to be moving to, let's say, XRP, and all of a sudden the Bitcoin Satoshi era wallets are becoming active, what is the purpose of that? It's a lot of red flags are being raised for Bitcoin for me right now, especially. Okay, let me bring up. Go ahead, Jesse.
Satoshi Nakamoto translates to clear thinking and central intelligence.
So clear thinking is basically agency. The translation is not exact, but an agent is something like it's like it basically allures to the word agency, because there is no actual word for it in Japanese.
Clear, but okay, that would make sense.
Agency.
Oh,
Some time in
go ahead.
Japan.
Sorry, I muted you. Go ahead.
So when you're talking about, because it's translating from Japanese, I looked up the Japanese thinking for it. You're right, they don't have an exact word for that, but so what it would be is central intelligence relationship. They would use the word relationship. Here we would use agency if you converted it into English, but I wanted to stick with the Japanese because that's where it originated from.
Right. But it's definitely alarming for that. And so, like, okay, so where does that leave Bitcoin in all of this? Is it the biggest rug scam in history? Like, could you imagine? What if that's the way they plan on paying off the debt? You know what I mean?
Could you imagine? Like, I have thought about that. And I encourage people to spend some time listening to like and they're brilliant men. I'm not going to speak derogatory towards them, but there's X spaces that are held, and I love listening. There's a group of them. It's like Gary Cardone and like a few of these like extremely wealthy and well-to-do gentlemen and a guy by the name of Mickle. If anyone follows Mickle, he goes up, and if you ever catch a debate or go to Mickle's page, he posts them. They are fabulous, and I sit back and listen to those guys, and I go, ooh, I really hope that what you just said isn't the case for them, especially Michael Saylor. My goodness, like
Oh, he's
that guy
going to
is either
prison.
going to be the biggest genius. He's going to prison. I think so too. He's either the biggest genius, or this is going to be one of the most epic falls of a person we have seen.
Oh yeah. Jesse, what was the name of the guy from the .com bubble that went to prison for basically the same thing that Michael Saylor's doing right now? I can't remember his name. You said it in the chat yesterday, I think. If you can, Bernie Madoff. Yeah, look into Bernie
Yeah,
Madoff.
Bernie.
Okay, that's Michael Saylor right there. So
Bernie Madoff, he was using back he got his start in the 70s whenever there was a financial technical revolution. And that's kind of what started his whole, you're right.
yeah.
But Michael Saylor isn't like his strategy. I'm looking at it and I go, technically, is this a carry trade against the dollar? Because in essence, what he's saying is we're making a 100% bet against the dollar and he's not wrong, that the dollar is going down, deflationary because of the money printing we have in this. And then he is leveraging debt to then buy Bitcoin. So it's technically a carry trade. That carry trade unwinding, though, will not be pretty.
That's another reason why I'm so turned off to Bitcoin, is because Michael Saylor has too much control of Bitcoin right now. He can literally crash the market overnight just because his loans get called. That's a major red flag right there. Obviously, we're into crypto because I don't think the end game is decentralization, but we like, and a lot of people like Bitcoin because it's decentralization, but it's not when Michael Saylor has control of the entire thing, because all he has to do is start selling, and at any given point, these lenders Bitcoin could crash. These lenders could come and say, hey, what you're doing is out of control, and call the loan. And then boom, not only is it already on its way down because of it, and then it just completely crashes the whole system. And that's a terrifying thing to me. And honestly, I think that may be the play, because I think we're way too early on crypto. I think we've got 5 years or more, maybe 10 before mass adoption, right?
I think it's going to be so. We can talk. Let's talk about the adoption curve.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So have you looked at a chart at how fast it has taken technological like innovations to be adopted?
Yeah, so I know with like the whole AT&T era, it took like 20 years, and we're at what, like 17, 18 years right now with crypto.
Let me see if there was a really good chart about, yes. So each chart and innovation, so it took so long for cars to be mass adopted, so long for internet to be adopted. We are looking, until AI came along, we were looking at the fastest adoption rate in crypto than we have ever seen with the technological revolution. Now, it's my opinion that AI and crypto, and they're going to merge. Those two things will
100%.
help each other. And so I kind of like, whenever I see those charts, I'm like, I think will actually help even more rapidly facilitate the adoption of this technology. So I think that we see an adoption curve happen so much faster, and it's tracking that way than we have ever seen. So my viewpoint has always been 2030.
That's where I'm at.
Just yeah.
Agenda 31. You know about Agenda 31, right?
I know about 2030. I don't know about 31.
Okay, so Agenda 31, it used to be Agenda 21, and it refers to the year 2021, 2031. And basically, that is the move towards a one world government, one world currency, all these different things, right? And so the agenda is now Agenda 31. The left is calling it Project 2025, right?
If I hear that, yes.
But it is a thing. They want you to live in the pod and eat the
It's
bugs.
a thing.
Yeah.
There's lots of people with agendas, and I've read creepy things from both sides that I go, can we not? Can
Yeah.
can we have a say again?
They
Like,
want the 15-minute cities. Have you heard about 15-minute cities?
yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh
yeah.
yeah. No, so I was on, when I first got my start here, I had a whole band of people that would come on and try to tell me how great CBDCs are, and we already live in technically 15-minute cities, so what's the big deal? Oh, I had debates up and down. You wouldn't believe the people. I ran out of some hope, because I thought surely if people knew that this is what they were doing, they would be like, oh, heck no. The amount of people that were like, heck yes, and we're doing it anyway. And I couldn't, I'm like, oh, great. So that is why it's important that if we do head in that direction, we have options. Like, I'm not joking when I say I'll go in on an island with a few trusted people and make our own constitution and rules.
Right. And I think that, like we've talked about the race to the bottom, we're talking about possibly Bitcoin being a rug and all these different things. What I'm seeing is a trend here. What I'm seeing is, I think that they want retail to FOMO into crypto and all this stuff and get burnt. They want to turn people off to it. And that's why I think that it's a high probability that we will get that Bitcoin rug. I think it's a high probability that this cycle, that's why the rhetoric is like, $10,000 XRP, so that people, when it does run, they don't sell and they're stuck holding the bag, and they'll sell, down at the bottom, and they'll get a bad taste in their mouth and they'll get turned off to crypto. And the rest of us we're crypto maxis, we've been here, we've been doing this for a very long time. We're going to say, oh, okay, the bull run's over. We had our alt season. We had our meme coin season. See you in 4 years. And then, just when everyone is tucked into sleep and given a baba and a blankie, and everyone goes to sleep, that's when institutions are going to move in. That's when it's going to be more quiet. You won't hear about it buzzing on social media like it is now. It'll be calm. It'll be calm.
I personally think that that's what they've been doing. And I think that the revelation of the dark pools
yeah,
and how that all happened, like, right now we're talking about when institutions are ready. I think you might be surprised. I'm not sure we have another 4-year cycle.
This could be the last one.
It could be, with regulation coming out, like stable coins, especially now that the BIS put out, for me, indicatively, that, again, because I've heard this argument so many times, I'm like, have you read the BIS report? There's 3 reasons why it's just not a stable coin game. And they list them, like, so for me, it's just, this is the play. Because, and they have been, and that's a possibility that Bitcoin, because of its there's not a person to pin down, right? There's not a person to blame. So that's why I feel like the scenario you just set up, that's more of a possibility with Bitcoin because of this anonymous figure. Now with Ripple, I see that rug pull a lot less likely just because there's been so many testing for years on this. There's been, again, the maneuvers of actual players in between it, very, very quietly as well. It's only because you have weirdos like me, because I'm not paid, as I've been accused of.
I've been accused. I'm a
Literally,
paid actor. They all say it about me all the time.
you know. But for me, I'm just like, oh my gosh, no. If it wasn't for like sleuths and weirdos like me, it would be extremely quiet. Some of the interactions also just in meeting some of these people, because I've met a lot of the people working with them and asking certain questions. Like I watch body language, I watch like how they react when I ask certain things, and so I like my research. It's my conviction, right? Because I'm the only one that can say, like, I stood in front of this person, asked this question, the response and the nonverbal response was this, and that told me this. I can't convince anyone else of that. But I just see it less likely because of all of the testing that real world institutions, the traditional institutions that play the game now, have used and utilized in XRP. I just see that as a lot less likely scenario.
What institutions are using XRP right now, though?
So whenever I say, like, I'm talking about test piloting.
Oh, okay.
Like,
so the private ledger.
No, not just the private ledger, just the maneuvering of. So like I said, you had the DTCC with Project Ion via R3 Corda, using R3 Corda using XRP and XDC. You have the DTCC also talking about utilizing Ripple's protocol and Stellar and Solana for a global liquidity crisis. You have the Bank of International Settlements, and you have even the Fed task force. If you look at the Fed task force, you have Ripple on Fed task force. Then you also have Ripple as the American Banking Association, a platinum member. Then you have, and then you have BYN Mellon, who's a 250 or 215-year-old financial institution now custodying RLUSD and making partnership with Ripple. And then you have Visa, like partnering, and there's patents with Visa via Ripple. And so there was an interview with a CEO in the space, and I'll try to find it and send it to you. He talks about how we have not seen crypto's utility. And this is a guy who doesn't even really talk about utility or XRP or any of it. He has said that DeFi has been in a sandbox, and very, very soon it is going to be out of the sandbox and in the real world. That's not me saying it.
I believe that. Do you know about the release of suppressed technologies bill from 2020? So a lot of people
the patents, because they want to open up all those patents, right?
So Donald Trump signed the release of suppressed technology bill, which states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society in 2025. So we're in it. It's happening right now.
Well, then you saw South Korea. Did you see the buy that South Korea had today? I was on the phone with Caveman.
No.
And he was like, what's the deal with Korea buy? I can't remember how many. it was a boat ton. South Korea is all up in XRP, and they have been for a very long time. A lot of your Asian countries, Singapore's one, Japan,
right?
I was going to
bring that up. Mike and Nee says South Korea and Japan are using it fully. I just want to do a fact check on that one. Okay, they haven't adopted and are using it yet. Okay, they are starting to, but the banks that are actually using XRP and the XRPL, they're very small banks. They have like less than 100 employees. It's not as big as people think it is, but that doesn't mean that that's not the direction they're headed. But I just want
Right.
to give a little bit of a fact check for that one. But yeah, Mike and Nee says South Korea is fully using Ripple. No, they are not. Okay. They are using it, but fully, no, that's a bit of an overstatement. But I do think that eventually that
Well,
will,
sometimes we play so much semantics, and I
right.
understand why.
And like,
So like whenever you say when someone says fully, it could be like their culture, South Korea's culture could fully be integrated into XRP and that payment system. Fully could mean it's not the only one thing like using it, but you can fully make a transaction, I believe, over there to use it. And so like for them, whenever you say like, well, then who's using Ripple? They would be like, well, we are. and there's this whole idea too. So as things are adopted, and I talk about Metcalfe's law, they're in the math of network effects and limited like a layer of scarcity there comes a tipping point in the math that it actually makes sense to start like entities to start holding this and accumulating it, which also
right.
plays on the supply side. It's called critical mass in exponentials or in what is it? Not quantitative. Your quadratics. You reach that like tipping point where the math gets parabolic. And very few people talk about that aspect because we're not just talking about we are so like using it as liquidity pools, using it as a gas token, using it whenever you start talking about the ecosystem and network effect, there comes a tipping point in the math that it will start to make sense for these things to start to be held in reserve and price, and it gets parabolic fast. I think a lot of people might be surprised with what happens.
I definitely think that there is a possibility that does happen. I'm not completely turned off to it. I want to believe. I always say this. I'm like, I want to believe. Make me believe. And I my main thing is that most of what we're talking about is still just speculation. We don't really know what is going to happen, and that's kind of just where I lean on is like, let's not be blinded to the fact that a lot of it is speculative and we could be being played. And so that's why I'm like, take profits.
It's very hard to play against institutions, though. Like if it, and so that's why that's why I like harp on research so much. It's like go and read the DTCCs, go and look to R3 Corda, go and look into the BIS. Like it comes to a certain point that it is speculation, but it's backed up by the evidence of you have something like the DTCC settles over $3 quadrillion. They are not messing around. They want to get their settlement times to they are working towards very specific goals. And like I said, they're very careful. So the fact that they would even list 3 crypto projects within their presentation, that's not speculation from there. That's it is in terms of it's a big if a liquidity crisis happens, but it shows me they're simulating this stuff. And so when you talk about a sandbox, that's as close as a sandbox simulation you can.
I agree with you. And I think that even if XRP took on 1% of those quadrillions, that could send the price to crazy numbers, right? I'm thinking, I don't even know what it could possibly go to. And I think that's where a lot of the speculation comes from. But my concern is Ripple's holding 44% of the supply and dumping on it. And they've come out and said themselves that the reason for that is to reduce volatility.
Yeah.
So,
and To
What?
me, that's strategic. So you have to see, like, um, if you look at Ripple and what they're trying to do in the world as a company and facilitate, and how far behind legal is, law, um, that, so you can call it manipulation and strategy. Like, those things get very, very, very fuzzy. We have to stop pretending. Again, XRP is not for retail, and they do not have a stakeholder like agreement to do what's best for retail holders of XRP.
Right.
Again, XRP is very different from Ripple and Ripple XRP. And so if you can remove yourself as being a retail holder and take yourself back and realize that Ripple is a company, they are a business. They are looking to
Thank
make
you.
a dent in the universe, okay? They are not concerned about retail. They're not dumping on our ass on purpose to make retail they're a company.
Yeah.
They're, I just go, people, what do you think they're doing? It's
Yeah.
not about retail. It's about institutional and global remittances, deep liquidity, a faster, smarter payment program, and institutional payment rails.
Right. And
This
that's why
isn't about retail.
that's why I'm like, Brad Garlinghouse has everything to gain from saying that they're going to take over 14% of Swift, and people take that on face value. Is it possible that they could? Obviously, yes. I think 14% is a little bit high. I'm thinking 1 to 5% maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, and maybe more from there. We don't even know what that amount of transactions going through on the XRPL is, how it's going to even affect, or even it could crash it. You know what I mean? Even Coinbase has issues when people are transacting on it. What are we going to do when that is compounded upon exponentially? I mean, it's been tested, but it's never actually been used. We don't know if it can even handle that.
Well, that's why they're testing it. And that's why, like, when they know, I think, what's coming down the pike. They knew in 2028 our system died. Like, to think that all this, like, now after regulation, they're gonna like implement
2028?
something. 2008, sorry, the system died. Like, they have, like, not rest assured. They will not roll out a technology that has not been tested for use. Just as, like, that's already been done. They've been doing this for over a decade.
Yeah, and I think that's what the private ledger is all about, is like testing
And
it.
there's also a lot of, like, misinformation regarding that whole thing and allure, but there is somewhat, like, I do believe that there are secret conversations happening and deals being made with big players, and that we just don't know about and will not know about.
Right. I think Circle is actually going to take over more of Swift than XRP does. I think XRP is going to facilitate some of it, but what I'm seeing from Circle, especially with they're basically direct competition with Ripple right now.
And stable, in terms of, like, their stable coin usage, yes.
No, they've applied to become a bank now. There's something else that came out. Let me look it up here. It just happened a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, and no, I saw that. But there again, USDC isn't being tested, like, for other use cases, for other, like, for eons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
Eons in terms of crypto eons.
What I'm saying is that, and like you said it too, is like XRP is not going to be this end all be all to take over Swift. I believe that it's more likely that Circle, here it is, that Circle sees that adoption. Here's the article. It says Circle launches payments network to compete with Ripple. Circle has rolled out its Circle Payments Network designed to challenge the landscape for cross-border transaction. The new offering attempts to snag the market for Ripple payments, putting both heavyweights in a scramble for dominance. Stablecoin issuer payments. Let me see. Where's the meat and potatoes of this? It's here. I think it's right here. Running on the XRPL, Ripple Payments allows banks to process international transactions at a lower cost than traditional alternatives. However, CPN is poised to be a direct competitor to Ripple's payment, given the slew of initial partnerships. Ripple has a trove of partnerships under its belt, but the integration with Swift is tipped to be the icing on the cake for adoption metrics and XRP price. Both Ripple and XRP are mulling over the prospects of an IPO. Circle and Ripple are currently jostling for positions following the intentions of the U.S. leaning on stablecoins to preserve the dollar dominance. Circle argues that USDC is the largest regulated stablecoin with market capitalization of 60.91 billion. On the flip side, Ripple says its RLUSD is the fastest growing US dollar dominated stablecoin in the ecosystem, recording a 100% spike in trading volume. The tailwind, but mainly the thing is that I'm not sure where it was at, but they believe that Circle will take over because it doesn't have that legal uncertainty that XRP has. And so long as the injunction is in place, they're probably going to be on the back burner. You know what I mean? And if things are happening quickly, like we've been talking, like a year or two, this all getting implemented, it could potentially hold Ripple back from taking that position. What do you think?
All right, I'm putting this is conspiratorial hat. this is Brooke being conspiratorial, not factual or evidence based. I think that the lawsuit was in effect an attempt to stifle and create a narrative to fake a bunch of people out, if you want to talk. and they just very odd things. I followed the case for all of those years rather closely, and a lot of things to me pointed to that lawsuit was for alternative motives, even more so than just a pay to play. I also believe that this has everything to do with strategic timing.
Yeah, and I think that there's a possibility that they want to use Circle, and so maybe they've been suppressing Ripple for that reason. Because, like you said, it's a pay-to-play kind of thing, and now there's a new sheriff in town or a new player in town, and that's what they do is they suppress the competition. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards Circle. I do want to read the chat here. Who was it? It was moving so fast. Somebody said, where did it go? The injunction doesn't do anything, says Mike and Nee. The injunction keeps institutions from buying it, and people have speculated that the SEC will allow Ripple to operate, and then it wouldn't matter because the SEC wouldn't enforce it. However, the issue with that is that would be collusion, and then that would bring about a federal investigation and a federal crime. So yes, theoretically they could just do whatever they want, but now we're talking about criminal charges, not just civil charges. So I don't think that that is going to happen. Institutions will not be able to buy XRP until that injunction is gone. And
Interesting.
with the legal process, there is a potential that with new legal clarity coming, I believe it's the Clarity Act that they're talking about. It hasn't even been voted on yet. They're going to be talking about it on the 14th. But if that came along and that defined and that gave clear clarity to securities and commodities as far as crypto goes, that could change the law. Therefore, the injunction could be removed, but I would see minimum 1 year out before that happens. Okay. Maybe longer, because that's just the way the legal process works. The legislation has to get passed, and then the law has to change, and then they have to appeal it, and then the injunction could be lifted because the laws have changed. So as far as things go right now, institutions can't buy it. And so minimum 1 to 2 years before that institutional money comes in. And then when that happens, okay, I'll tell you guys $100 XRP 2030 if that's the case. But as long as that injunction's in place, I don't see it going higher than $10 because it's only retail.
So are you reading somewhere where the injunction will take around 2 years to settle?
So I was studying.
We need to go into that.
Here's the thing is I was studying for the bar before I decided to do this. I've been, I practice as a paralegal. I understand how the system works as far as the courts. It's very slow moving, and usually it's and we saw this already, it's continuance after continuance, and it's not a quick thing where you go in and you state your case and it's all done that day. It takes years for this stuff to happen, and that we've already seen. What's it been, like 4-7 years now that they've been going through this legal battle, and it's flip-floppy back and forth. And I'll tell you what, right now, judges do not like when you appeal their decisions, because an appeal is not that I don't like this, I'm not going to agree with it, I'm going to take it to a higher court. An appeal is basically saying the judge broke the law, so we need another judge to rule on it. Judges do not like that. That's why you see Annalisa Torres like claws out on this thing, because basically the SEC and Ripple are undermining her authority, saying that she's doing something wrong when she clearly did not. Ripple broke the law, period. And that's why they're going to have to pay a fine.
Oh yeah. Which then if the SEC, and whenever you start a company, if they want to get you on a law, like they'll get you. And the same goes for U.S. citizens. If they want to find something on, they will find, like, you're gonna, yeah. That's interesting. I have not seen that about institutions not being able to buy XRP until after the injunction, because that's
what the injunction states. You could read the injunction, and the injunction. Okay. Jesse, you want to do a fact check on that? What the injunction against Ripple entails, what its parameters are. So basically, it's my understanding, and we'll get a fact check on this, that retail is allowed to buy it. And as far as retail goes, it's defined as a commodity, not a security. But if institutions purchase it, then it's considered a security. So that's why there's this discrepancy of what is actually going on with the injunction and how it goes into play. And people are speculating that, well, then institutions can just go and bypass it by buying it on the exchange.
Right.
That is a federal crime because they
Okay.
would be bypassing the injunction. All right. We're going to have Revolution come up and tell us. Go ahead, Jesse.
The injunction on Ripple's Labs in the SEC versus Ripple case means that Ripple is restricted completely from selling XRP to institutional investors without registering it as a security offering. The restriction stems from a court ruling that deems some of Ripple's past XRP sales to institution as unregistered security offerings. Essentially, Ripple cannot freely conduct XRP sales to institutions while the injunction remains in place.
There it is, black and white.
Okay, so he's saying you can't freely. That just means does that ending clause cannot freely. That just means they would have to register it underneath, and it would be under jurisdiction of the SEC and security law.
Exactly.
So so that points to me though that there has to be more clarity into the markets, because what they're referencing there is and you talked about it, whether it's a security, not a security, commodity, what that would be. So we have to, that points to me that that's a lack of clarity of a test like the Howey test, or how they're going to do this. So
Right.
there again, that still signals to me this is about a timing game.
Yes.
And about a clarity game, because especially next week, we should be listening and like little drops and hints in the news about how are we going to use the Howey test? Are we going to add prongs to the Howey test to deem these securities or not? Or are we going to come up with a completely different test or rubric to determine whether or how you bundle these as securities, when you do, when you don't? So to me, that injunction has more to do with the fact that the whole space doesn't have still clear rules of the road as to what is a commodity, what's a security.
Yeah. And
So that's not too bearish for me.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that so before, like last couple weeks ago, I was like, I was kind of hands off on XRP. I'm coming back around. Okay, I really am. The thing is I was saying, if they were really going to be using Ripple for Swift, wouldn't they want to classify whether or not these are securities or commodities? But then the first thing they came out with was a stablecoin bill. And so that put a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, oh man, they're moving towards CBDCs, right? But now they're, I think I have the article right here. So the Clarity Act is basic, and then there's the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act. And I think that was kind of the rhetoric, is that once they came out with the stablecoin bill, everyone kind of, at least for me and people who think like me, backed up a little bit and were like, whoa, they're moving towards CBDCs and stablecoins. And then now, over the last several weeks, they've come out with, they're doing the Clarity Act and the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act. So that does make me more bullish on it. And I'm like, okay, like the rhetoric is somewhat changing. But for a while there, I was very turned off to it because I'm like, this is not the direction they're going. So here's the thing is, with the Clarity Act, and we can get it defined whether or not it's a security or commodity. And we don't even know that the act isn't even, it's not even written yet, basically. It's a panel of people that have come up with a few guidelines, and they're going to eventually draft a bill. So we don't even know what the bill is going to be, and we don't even know if it's going to help XRP, right? We don't know if it's going to help Ripple in this case. I do believe that it will. I'm speculating that it will be something that does help it, And then we have to go through the process of getting it voted upon, right? Hopefully it's bipartisan and it gets passed, but it's got to be passed in Senate, House, all the steps, right? That takes a long time. Look how long they've been working on the Stablecoin Act. What's it been since January, February? They've been working on that. And here it is 6 months later, and it's barely going to the House. And they've been like really pushing it, right? So we're looking at another 6 to 12 months for that act to get passed. And then from there, we're looking at another year to 2 years if it's in favor of Ripple for the injunction to get removed.
I think though, and the only thing, this is like massive speculation in that injunction. The injunction though, now they could still sell it, right? They just have to register it as a security if they want to sell it to institutions.
The problem with that is if they register it as a security, and I believe one of the only cryptos that is registered as a security is Ondo. And so when they're registered as a security, they fall under stricter laws and guidelines. And I think that that's what that Clarity Act is going to do, is structure the guidelines that are more catered to what crypto will be and what its use case will be for.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, before I forget it, because I will. You mentioned Ondo and it being a security. Is Ondo not using the XRPL to tokenize treasury bonds?
Can you fact check that, Jesse? Is Ondo being used? What now? What was the question?
I believe Ondo is utilizing the XRPL to tokenize U.S. treasury bonds.
I actually think you are right, but
my question would be if that is correct and that is right, why would a powerhouse that I think Ondo is choose the XRPL to do that?
It's fast and cheap.
Great. So if it's going to be illegal, not being able to use, like, and like you had did you watch the Ondo Summit by chance?
Well, it's only illegal as far as XRP goes. The XRPL and RLUSD are different. So
right.
Revolution says, yes, Ondo Finance is using Ripple's XRPL to tokenize U.S. Treasuries short term. So
yeah, the short term
XRPL and XRP are two different things.
Correct, but if it was going to be one of these things that legislation and laws would move disfavorably towards, and that was a real threat, you have some of the biggest masterminds in those. You had did you watch the Ondo Summit?
I did.
Yeah, so you had like that. To me, the Ondo Summit also showed me a lot. People who were in that room were talking the biggest names in TradFi, the biggest names in DeFi, and you had multiple politicians. So to me, like whenever I see all of those types of players dabbling in this, the other parts of this, it seems more like it's manipulation on the side of the government and what they're rolling out, more than it is that it's moving disfavorably.
And that's my concern, is that maybe the government is doing it, one of two things, doing it to suppress it or doing it because they want to go with Circle.
That would be, they wasted a lot of time and a lot of people's resources and a lot of important people's times if that's the case.
They do that though. That's a tale as old as time.
I'm trying to think of the ones that that's happened though. Like I need more tell us, like give me some subject, some case studies.
Jesse, can you look up what's the words I'm looking for? Where in the past the let's say the SEC or the government has suppressed corporations or businesses in order to prop up a certain business in order for it to succeed. I would say offhand,
You just described Ethereum, though.
yeah,
Sorry,
that's
that was Ethereum.
yeah, and that's just in the crypto space. That and it goes even bigger than that. Like think about Tesla's energy, free energy, and then they went with Edison instead, right? They, they they're looking at where they can make the most money and what benefits them. So Ripple, I believe, is more it's in the way, if you ask me. It's in the way.
Mhm.
They were ahead of their time, and if you know anything about Edison stole his ideas,
Tesla.
right? And we still use Edison to this day. We have disgusting looking wires on poles everywhere you go for the last hundreds of years now. And we've
But
had
then
better
that would fit.
technology.
But that would fit more into the play of Bitcoin was the straw man facade, the narrative of the government rolling out, possibly the fall boy. And then you had, I mean, I was in Rig from the start. I know way too much about Ethereum and those connections and how they propped Ethereum up for I think the reasons. Like I see that, and then I see like XRP being that one that they have uh, oppressed and yeah, again, this is very tinfoily hat stuff, but I also have watched and know a lot about how Ethereum got to be successful and how the SEC came out and was like lawsuit, just very conspicuous, odd things that kind of that match what you're talking about. Yeah, that's happened. I was like, but that's Bitcoin, that was Ethereum, and I don't see that really being the play of Ripple and XRP. And yeah, so and like Ripple could fall off the face of the planet and XRP could go on facilitate like doing what it does. And
I think somebody said in chat earlier, let me see if I can find it. And this goes along with what you were saying or with what we're talking about. Second.
And I have like 5 more minutes. I'm so sorry.
I know. I
movie
thank
night
you
at
for
our house.
basically somebody said that you can transact on the XRPL without using XRP.
That is true. However, it is not that advantageous to do so, and they built it that way. I love it when people use that argument. But whenever you go in and you've used the XRPL and you facilitated transactions, you've tried to like build it into protocols, it doesn't make sense all that much to not use XRP. So while that is factually true, it is feasibly not convenient.
Right. Yeah, and I
So
know that to be true as well. No fact check needed on that for sure. And XRPL was designed for XRP. So
yes.
yeah. So I get that. I'm at this place where I'm like, okay, like, yes, Ripple can do all these things and it can be that, but why the suppression and why Ripple is holding so much of the supply and dumping is concerning. It's concerning. And I think with Circle not having a massive supply and being able to facilitate these transactions in their way kind of raises some red flags to, are we being played?
Yeah. And you should always like, I'm not saying like I'm so glad people are questioning it. You should be asking if you're getting played. But part of, and this is what Coach JV, I know him personally, great guy.
I do too, actually.
He's the same person in like front of you as he is there. he talks about, you can hate the game, love the game, but you should know the game or you're going to get played. And so a lot of the speculation and kind of, I think, what we talk about, and I'm so glad to have these conversations with you, is because I also want to know if I'm getting played.
Right.
So it is all like, the truth doesn't mind being questioned. You should like have, one of the reasons why I came on to TikTok was to find, and I found it, the antithesis. I didn't want to be in an echo chamber, and so be careful of echo chambers, and it's good to question, and I'm glad. So like, what I find that you do is you are still intellectually honest. What I have found is, in a lot of the conversations I've been involved with, is that people start to get extremely intellectually dishonest.
Yes.
And then I get kind of aggravated at that, because when intelligent people can start to become intellectually dishonest and you have viewers that are like seeing that, that's not doing a service to your people. You're being,
Right.
or to the audience watching. And so it's one of those things. I'm so glad that you have a fact checker that you can in real time, and we can talk about the facts. We can talk about, well, this is speculation, this is my tinfoil. And that's all kind of, again, like, but there is a part of this where the audience, like, if you're a person that does get played, like, take the responsibility on yourself.
Right.
That's probably showing more of a lack of like you went wrong somewhere.
Do your own research.
Yes.
And don't just listen to what creators say. And that's why I created this show, Brooke, is because I saw a need that needed to be filled, and I felt like I had this moral responsibility to help people, because I've been blessed in my situation, and I want to give back to the community. That's why we give to charity. That's why I do all the things I do. I'm supplying jobs to people. We have all these people employed, but the idea is to, like, break those echo chambers and bring a sense of integrity to a den of thieves, because
Yes.
And
yes.
I hope to one day be the Joe Rogan of the crypto space, because that's kind of what I modeled this show after. And I was like, that's what we need. We need somewhere where we can sit down, have these debates, and talk about these things without hating each other over it. And a place where we can come and not just look at the charts, but also get the news about what's going on, and then have things fact checked, so that way we're not feeding into the moon cheese. And that's my goal here. And I feel like we're doing a pretty good job at it. And like I said, I just want to help people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate it. This was a fun conversation.
Yes, it was. And you know what? Our time difference is kind of off, so I don't really get to see your show too often. But I'm going to try to come in and support whenever I see you live. But
Oh, awesome. Can I do a shameless plug real fast? Because
yeah, please.
they're trying to get, so I travel. I have this new show, and on Tuesday I'm going to be live at 10 a.m. Down at the Bank Social offices, and I'm going to put it in the chat. They just started back up their TikTok channel, and they're wanting to go live during that time along with me.
Nice.
So that is their handle down there. They're trying to get, enough followers so they can go live and utilize that. So if you could go and follow banksocial.io. I'm going to be interviewing a man by the name of John Wingate. He is the CEO of banksocial.io, and what they do is they are implementing their payment protocol into and facilitating blockchain and crypto into credit unions. He develops on Hedera, and he was at the World Economic Forum back in January with Hedera. Really interesting project, really interesting developer. He even announced that he is implementing XRP into his protocol, his XRP Pay. So, and in with Hedera. So that will be a fun conversation about, how multiple ones of these projects can do multiple things for different projects. And it's going to be a multi-chain world.
That's awesome.
uh,
And
Plus
that's the
what he's
truth.
doing.
That's the
Yeah.
truth. Multi-chain ecosystem, multiple ecosystems.
Yes. So thank you for letting me plug that real fast.
Yeah, of course, of course. And if you guys don't follow Brooke Odyssey already, make sure you send her a follow. And if you don't follow Revolution Starts Now, make sure you send her a follow as well. She's doing a new show. We're actually starting several new shows that are going to be coming out of the studio here. And Brooke, you are always welcome here. Anytime you want to stop by and pop in and school me, I welcome it.
Same to me. This was fun.
Yes, it was. We'll do it again. We'll schedule one maybe in a few months or so. And I really appreciate you coming on. And chat, make sure you guys send her some love, send some gifts to her, and let her know that she's welcome here. And we appreciate her opinions and her facts and her time being here. Thank you so much. I know it's late where you're at. So what time zone is your show, though? Because you had
Central
said
time.
so Central
Yes.
Time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So chat, remember 10 a.m. Central Time on Tuesday. Check out her live. I'm going to try to be there. I'm going to set a reminder. If I remind me, I am a very busy man. I want to
send
be
it
there.
to you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. It was nice. Thank you, fact checkers. It was such a pleasure. Thank you, Oz.
You're welcome. Very welcome. All right, chat. Brooke Odyssey. Make sure you follow her. Great creator. I respect Brooke and what she does. She is up there top tier with the creators for sure. And that's why I wanted to have her on the show, because I have questions and I have all these doubts. And I knew if anyone would know the answer to it. I will have to say this. I am a bit more bullish on XRP. I do still kind of lead more towards the circle, but maybe that's the distraction, Maybe it is the distraction, but it's all speculation right now. None of us know where any of this is headed. None of us have any definitive answer. We are all speculating. And so keep that in mind. 10K XRP, no. Not in this decade. Let's be realistic. XRP is not going to go past $10, $15, $25 without institutions. Okay. And right now institutions just can't buy it. All right. And that's more why I'm kind of turned off to it. Maybe if you're going to hold it long term and then that rhetoric changes, then yes, you're looking at an opportunity. But why would you buy at $2.81 when by the time that could potentially happen, the price should be down to $1 or under? So if you're looking to hold something long term, if you're trading it, obviously there's money to be made, but why buy the top with the potential of it only going to $5 or $10, buying it at $3 when you can get it at $1 or less? They can buy it third party. No, they can't, because if they did, that would be collusion between Ripple and the SEC, which would become a federal crime. Yes, they theoretically could, but now you're talking about the FBI investigating Ripple and the SEC, and we're talking about prison time, not fines. Okay? Not going to happen. Not going to happen. All right, everybody, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're at 0.1 million likes, which is freaking phenomenal. They can't buy off exchanges. No, they cannot. That would mean that those institutions would be looking at criminal charges, not civil charges, criminal. Okay? They have to abide by the law. What a great live, though, right?
My job.
Oh, I know, right? She is so smart. She is so smart. We didn't really need Jesse to fact check so much. Simon, thank you for the money gun. We have just a slew of gifts. Danny Gibson to Brooke sent tiny dinos and just so many heart me's and gifts. I couldn't read them all out. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Let's see. Let's do a new goal. I know Simon's making money. Let's do a galaxy because we're going to get into the news and stuff, and I don't have time to keep putting up things. So if you send a galaxy, great. If not, smash the like button. Liking, sharing the show. If you can't afford to give, you can do it that way. Remember, 50% of all donations that are sent this month will go towards, I believe it's the Tim. I didn't get a chance to look it up. Okay. I'll have that by Monday. All right. The organization we're actually going to be giving the money to, but I want to do the research. And I want to make sure that the money goes to where it's going to do the most, help, because we don't want, children to be trafficked. Simon, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate you. That was fast for a galaxy. Not bad. And viewership was amazing, man. We had like over 100 people watching. So we've got some more stuff to go over here. Let's get into the news. Simon, thank you for the heart me. All right, so news. We got some news. This one's pretty cool. Green light by, I think we're gonna see probably $3 or more, maybe $3.15. If we get past that, obviously all-time highs is the next resistance zone. But I'll tell you this, the green light is on because I do believe with the crypto week coming up, everything should be bullish until August 1st. All right. August 1st, I would say we could get a major pullback, or the opposite. If we get deals, moon, baby. All right. We'll have to see. Just fact checked, institutions can buy XRP from exchanges. Yes, they can, but it is a crime because it's bypassing the injunction, which means that they would be breaking the law. Okay? Yes, they theoretically can. Yes, I can theoretically unalive somebody right now. I can do it, but it is against the law. Jesse, can we get a fact check on if institutions can buy from exchanges?
No, I just read it to you. They're not allowed to.
Yeah, they're not allowed to, okay?
Unless it is registered a certain way and approved by the government, they can't do any of that.
Right. So y'all are eating the moon cheese, all right? There's it could potentially change, but as of right now, no. They cannot. Who's buying in the dark pools? Maybe whales. I suggest you, dude, I have already looked into this. I understand the law. All right. Simon says the fact checker has spoken. She said no. All All right, let's get into the news. You can believe whatever moon cheese you want, man. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I do not care. What matters is the facts, okay? You can go online and you can Google and find any answer to fit your narrative, all right? You can find whatever you want, but the facts are different. It's digging to find that fact. Understanding the law, understanding the way things work, okay? All right, so check this out. Stellar surges 14% before sharp reversal as network upgrade fuels volatility. All right. Experiencing some technical difficulties. You guys good? We just had a collision backstage. Collision in the catwalk. Call Elon and have him on speed dial. You want me to call Elon right now? I will call Elon. Let me get him on the phone. What is your question you have for Elon? I'll call him right now. If you have a question for Elon, what would it be? I will call him right now. It is the question that we're asking whether or not institutions can buy it? Is that the question we want to ask Elon right now? I'm confused. I'm confused what I'm supposed to ask Elon.
Release the Epstein list?
Yeah, should we call Elon about the Epstein list? I don't know. Simon says to call Elon. I don't know what he wants me to call him for, though. I'm not going to bother the great Elon just to say hi. All right. So you guys got to have a real question if you want me to message Elon. I know. That's the joke. I know that the IT guy is Elon Musk. That's the inside joke. I understand that. Everyone else doesn't know. Okay, Simon. You gave it away. Now nobody knows. Dojin is fast track to Mars. Ask him. Dude, Degen is a Degen coin. Okay, it serves no utility. It's a meme coin. You good? This is for Stellar that I'm talking about here. So Stellar has updated its system. Let's see here. On July 7th, the Stellar Development Foundation published the V23.0.0 RC2 release candidate for Stellar Core, marketing the protocol's next step towards broader network upgrades and ecosystem scalability. The release includes important refinements ahead of the full V23.0.0 rollout, enforcing trust in Stellar's infrastructure among both developers and institutional participants. Technically, XLM gained strength through the 24-hour window ending July 9th. The rally, so this is about the rally. So basically, this is good for XLM right now. What's my pick out of the two? XLM. XLM is lower market cap, has more potential. Obviously, it's going to move with XRP, but it has more of a potential for adoption. Institutions can buy it. I'm leaning on XLM. That's kind of where I'm at. XLM's pumping. Yeah, I know, man. XLM is my star child now. Coinbase accuses Oregon of secret shift in crypto regulation. Coinbase sues Oregon over secretive crypto lawsuit and policy reversal. Oregon faces backlash from Coinbase for abrupt crypto regulation shift. Coinbase demands transparency in Oregon. Sudden crypto crackdown. Oregon also sues Coinbase after the SEC drops federal crypto case. Coinbase fights Oregon hidden agenda in the new crypto legal battle. So Coinbase and Oregon are having it out right now. And Jesse, are you there? I want to talk about what happened with you and Coinbase. And I'll tell you this right now. Coinbase is looking at a lawsuit right now. And I'm sure that Jesse's not the only one. And I have a question for you. If you are using Coinbase and you've had this happen to you, or if it happens to you in the future, make sure you screenshot it. Make sure you screenshot when you put in your limit orders and stuff. And let's build a case against them, and let's do a class action lawsuit against Circle. Because not against Circle, against Coinbase. Because this is definitely an issue that needs to be resolved. I do think that Coinbase will resolve it and Coinbase will become better, but until regulation and things like that change, that's another thing that we need with regulation is we need stricter regulation on the way these exchanges operate and their functionality and the things that they're doing. Hi, Francesca. How are you doing? Jesse, I'm going to bring you up on mic. Can you just tell everyone what happened with your trades with Coinbase? Because I know you use Coinbase as an exchange. Just tell the chat what happened. And obviously, I believe it's happened more than once. If you could tell your story, let me know when you're ready and I'll mic you. Are you there, Jesse? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I have been using Coinbase for a while because it's easier, it's a little cheaper. And this is actually the second time this has happened. I have, money in different things. And the last ones I've done, they've all been done on different days. The sell order on a different day. But last night, it canceled every single one of my sell orders at 12:02 a.m. I posted it on my page so you can see for yourself email after email.
I'm going to pull it up right now
saying canceled, 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 canceled. So I could see if maybe it timed out and they were all done at the same time.
When
I
I
had just bought one yesterday and it canceled it last night.
So here's the screenshot.
So this is the second time it's happened, but it's never done it to all of them.
What should you use? I will never recommend any platform because of what happened with FTX. I don't want that legal responsibility. But I will tell you this right now. Coinbase is the number one used, right? But it has its issues. I'll tell you what. And Coinbase is definitely not cheaper. The gas fees are ridiculous. But Jesse, so this is a screenshot of your orders that you had set in, correct? And they would have filled, but
right,
they canceled them at midnight.
3 a.m. Most of them would have filled.
You know, also last night I was doing some trading. I was up all night trading, and all of every time that I was ready to make a trade, because I do have some on Coinbase, I have some on other platforms as well. And basically, I have moon bags that have been on Coinbase since when I first used it. And so when things were taking off, I was setting market sells to get out. And what had happened was every time it would spike up and I was trying to withdraw, I would get signed out. The app would freeze. It would, because I'm trying to get those bags out of Coinbase and moved into other places. But I've been holding those moon bags for a very long time. I've had that wallet for a very long time. So, and I didn't want to transfer it because of the fees. So I've been waiting for this to happen. Right. And I had issues last night as well. Anyone in the chat, have you had issues with Coinbase being signed out when you're trying to make transactions, it freezing up? Have you ever had your limit orders canceled right before they should fill? Things like that. If anyone has, please let me know in the chat and then send me a DM. Because I think we could be looking at a class action lawsuit here. I'm sure most of you crypto bros don't use Coinbase, but if you do and you've had issues, I'd like to know. What to expect from the U.S. House Crypto Week? So we'll just kind of glaze over these. Yeah, run up Coinbase, man. Nothing but issues with Coinbase. Oh, I didn't pull it up. I'm an idiot. So here's the screenshot of Jesse's limit orders that were canceled right at 12:02. I'm a newbie. That was the only one I knew. Yeah. Coinbase is trash, at least right now. I think it's going to get better. But for right now, if you're trading with this, and you have to trade with limit orders on Coinbase, because anytime you try to market trade, when things are volatile and moving, you'll get signed out, you'll get frozen out of it. Neo says, I watched one blow right past my stop limit and had to cancel the market sell. That's crazy. That's what I'm talking about. And if that happens to you, I would recommend, if you're using Coinbase, screenshot your limit orders, screenshot everything you're doing on there, because I would imagine that there is a class action lawsuit available, and it should be somewhat recorded on the blockchain. Maybe somebody that knows how to access that information, reach out to me, because we need to get to the bottom of this. And I think it could be very lucrative for all parties involved. It's set for Coinbase. I think we could be looking at a major payout on this one. So if you're interested in getting in on a class action lawsuit against Coinbase, let me know. Here's the screenshot. And make sure you follow at Jessie the Fact Checker. That's Revolution Starts Now. This is her page right here. And she is starting her new show. And it's going to be awesome. I believe the show starts next week. Please, anyone can vouch for one that you trust. I'm not going to say, but Revolution, I'll talk to you later. There's a few, and there's some that are like really good on fees. I'll tell you that right now. There are some that are really good, the lowest fees in the market. But I'll tell you this right now. You could chat GPT it. I know you're mad. You lost a lot of money. Who knows? Maybe you get it back. Problem is, we got to be able to prove it. We need to prove that this has happened to multiple people. So, key takeaways from Crypto Week. The House of Representatives has dubbed July 14th through the 18th Crypto Week. Members are expected to vote on the Genius Act, which would enable private companies to issue stablecoins. A successful House vote would send the bill to the desk of President Donald Trump, who is expected to support the potential proposal on social media. The House is also expected to consider the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act, which would establish a framework for cryptocurrency regulation. And then as well, there is talks about the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act would prevent the Federal Reserve from using a central bank digital currency, is also expected to be discussed. So this would be the one that I really want to see go through. But it's funny because the key takeaways, they don't even list this thing. But there is no bill yet. And I think that's part of it. It's just talks. Right now we have an executive order. It's only good for like a year. They may not even draft this bill or push it. I think there's a possibility that the rhetoric is to put it out there to just keep fueling the bull run, because people like me are like, hey, like they're pushing for CBDCs with the stablecoin shit. So we'll have to see. All right, let's see here. Rich Miner's strategy could bring a stablecoin application of crypto assets every day. Rich Miner offers a new way to grow crypto assets, turning static holders into stable daily income via cloud mining. In the cryptocurrency market, how to achieve continuous appreciation of a crypto asset in hands has become a common focus of investors. In the past, storing Bitcoin or XRP in a coin library or digital wallet was considered a safe option, but now with the development of cloud mining technology, this static holding method is gradually being replaced by dynamic appreciation. The rise of Rich Miner is providing a new strategy for global users. To complicated operations are required, and crypto assets can be converted into stable coins or stable daily income through cloud mining alone. Storage and appreciation, the limitations of traditional coin-based strategies. Many investors choose to store their cryptocurrencies on centralized exchanges such as Binance, Coinbase, and decentralized wallets such as MetaMask, SafePal. This frozen asset method ensures security but lacks the ability to increase value. In a bull market, price increases may bring profits, but in a consolidation period or a bear market, assets not only cannot appreciate but may even depreciate. Simple storage means missing the opportunity for active returns. The rise of cloud mining, a passive income tool that breaks the technical threshold. Traditionally, mining used to be the patent of technology geeks and large mining farms. Ordinary people who want to participate are often limited by high hardware cost, electricity costs, and technical maintenance barriers. However, the emergence of cloud mining has changed everything. Through platforms such as Rich Miner, users do not need to purchase equipment. They only need to register, select contracts, and invest in mainstream assets such as USDT or BTC to obtain stable cryptocurrency income every day, truly realizing using assets to generate assets. This is cool. So being able to mine crypto without any equipment, doing it on the cloud server, I'm going to be looking into this. I think that this would be a good one. Savage, I'm not going to recommend any exchanges after what happened with FTX. I'm not taking on the legal repercussions that could come from that. Yeah, me cheeky. I went in on this one too. So you can go to it's called Rich Miner. Let me see if there's a link. So this is the official website. So richminer.com. And you need to follow the steps below to start your first mining. Create an account, choose plans, start mining, get mining output. So look into this. It looks like a contract price for $2,000 is 10 days. Daily income would be $26. Fixed income of $2,000 would be $266. Yeah, I think we're going digging, man. And then this would be $8,000 over 16 days would generate $124 daily. That's not bad. And the question is does it still appreciate or depreciate? But this is, so these are products. Interesting. So it looks like you still need a computer, possibly. I don't know. Let's look into it. This contract is effective immediately upon confirmation. Payment user, unless otherwise provided by law. Users required. Revenue calculation. Mining revenue comes from real-time operation. Output statement. Upon expiration of the contract, the cloud machine will cease operation and the system will settle the principal and revenue for the user. Users can withdraw cash when the revenue reaches the amount set by the platform. Contract termination. Risk warning. The platform provides a stable fixed income. The income is not affected by the fluctuation of the cryptocurrency market, and the principal will be returned after the expiration of the contract. The price of the digital asset fluctuates greatly. At the difficulty of mining each coin will be adjusted regularly, and a drop in coin price or an increase in deficiency may affect the output. Users need to carefully assess their risk tolerance to ensure that their investments is made within an acceptable range. Disclaimer: Rich Miner is not responsible for losses caused by uncontrollable risks, including natural disasters, government actions, social conflicts. Fluctuations in arithmetic power are inevitable. The Rich Miner is not responsible for fluctuations caused by network instability, failures. Look into this. This is called richminer.com. So richminer.com. It's definitely something to look into. I'm going to be looking into this as well. This could potentially, with enough contracts, pay for the staff. And instead of just holding stable coins and collecting APY, there's a potential to make some money here. So I'm going to be looking into this. I won't need any fancy equipment or anything. It looks like they do have equipment setups that you can get into as well. So look into this. It could be a scam. I don't think so, because it's crypto news or crypto.news, which is a trusted source in my opinion. So it does look like it has some validity here. It doesn't seem to be a scam. Very interesting. So you can go to cryptonews.com/bitcoins-breakout or whatever. Here, I'll put the link in the chat here. Oh, I can only put it in the Twitch chat. Whatever happened to helium mining? Was that ever profitable? I think most of the mining operations became unprofitable before they could turn a profit. By the time things happened, nothing really came about of it. How is this source trusted but not Brad Garlinghouse? Because Brad Garlinghouse has everything to gain from pumping the price of Ripple. This is just a news publication stating that this is possible. Okay, so that's the difference. Brad Garlinghouse has everything to gain by pumping the price. Brad Garlinghouse could come out. Somebody says, hey, how much do you think Ripple could take over of Swift? Oh, I think you could do 14%. That's not a source. That's not anything. Brad Garlinghouse set a low number so that way it would seem high but not too ridiculous. Come on. They could potentially not replace Swift at all. You know, it's all speculative. I think we see $3 again. I do. But here's the kicker. We got to get there quick. We got like a week or two to get to like all-time highs or higher. Trump tariff live updates. Canada stuck with 35% tariff. Trump floats higher blanket rates. President Trump is pushing through with his tariff agenda, unveiling a new branch of letters to country leaders outlining tariffs on goods imported from their country beginning in August and a warning to BRICS nations. Trump announced a 35% tariff on Canadian goods late Thursday on Truth Social, claiming Canada had financially retaliated to earlier duties. The White House officially said, however, that may carve-outs currently in place with U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods would remain, such as oil and certain sector specific duties. In an interview with NBC published late Thursday, Trump also floated 15 to 20% blanket tariffs on most trading partners, higher than the 10% level currently in effect. The fresh tariff salves capped a week in which Trump sent a barrage of tariff letters to over 20 trade partners, setting levels of 20 to 40%, except for a 50% levy on goods from Brazil, in a move that wadded the country's domestic politics. Meanwhile, Trump injected fresh uncertainty into the metal market this week, confirming 50% copper import tariffs from August 1st to match steel and aluminum. Trump's copper tariffs are also set to include the kinds of materials used for power grids, the military, and data centers, a Bloomberg report highlighted on Friday. As markets focus on U.S. talks with key partners on possible deals, here is where things stand. Vietnam. Trump said the deal with Vietnam will see the country's imports face a 20% tariff, lower than the 46% Trump had threatened in April. He also said that Vietnamese goods would face a higher 40% tariff on transshipping when goods shipped from Vietnam originate from other countries like China. According to reports, Vietnam's leadership was caught off guard by Trump's announcement last week that is agreed to a 20% tariff and is now seeking a lower tariff rate. European Union has signaled it is willing to accept 10% universal tariffs on many of its exports, but seeking exemptions for certain sectors. The bloc is racing to clinch a deal. India, Trump's tariffs on Brazil have raised the stakes for India. Another member of the BRICS coalition, Bloomberg, reported that the countries are working towards a framework deal that could see U.S. tariff goods from India drop below 20%. Big Baller says, buy silver. It's going crazy. You know what's funny is I have a bunch of silver I've been buying over the years. I have a lot of cool different things, and I'm tempted to sell my silver, not buy it. Tempted to sell it here, obviously once it runs up here. But I've been holding this stuff for a very long time. I think I might be ready to cash in on it. I don't know. Canada pauses new tariff threats as Trump escalates the president's letter to the prime minister. Deadline August 1st. So Canada was doing retaliatory tariffs. Now they're backpedaling. They're scaredy. They're scared skis. And rightfully so. Trump threatens no extensions on the new August 1st tariff deadline, warns of higher import taxes. That doesn't mean that they won't go into effect for like a month or so and then get paused again. Wait for the apocalypse before cashing the silver, man. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about cashing in things that I don't really need, that are large and bulky, not like not like coins. They're like items. So I constantly go out to like thrift stores over the last like 10, 15 years, and I look for gold and silver at the thrift stores because you can find it dirt cheap. They don't even know what they have a lot of the times, and that's where I buy it. I buy it so dang cheap. I mean, I have things that are probably several pounds of silver, right? And I think I paid $1 for these items, for pounds of silver. All right. I think that's it. Let's see here. We got a couple more articles. And then we'll get into some TA. White House ramps up pressure on Fed's Powell 3 weeks before next interest rate decision. Trump has repeatedly insulted Powell while calling for interest rate cuts. Now the White House is investigating the Fed chair. Okay. And this is crap. Okay. Let me tell you something. Melt it down and make goat blocks with a goat stamp on it. Silver and goat. Instead of silver and gold, it's silver and goat. Should open up a silver exchange called Silver and Goat. I like it. Everyone's talking about, okay, and there's a couple of you that have messaged me about, oh, is Jerome Powell getting removed? And let me tell you this right now. No, okay? No. It ain't happening. And even if he does, remember, The Federal Reserve is a board of people, and they've been voting unanimously. Jerome Powell is just the face, okay? The authoritative mouthpiece, okay? That's it. All right? They have unanimously voted every single time. And we talked about this with Brooke today, is we are stuck in stagflation. All right? And no matter what happens, it's not going to be good. Whether it stays the same, goes up, or goes down. I'll tell you what, a lot of moon cheesers, if the rates come down, will see it as a good sign, but be careful what you wish for. You have a better chance of removing a president than the head of the Federal Reserve. Agreed. So here's the thing is, people think that he's going to get removed because they are investigating him. Oh my God. And guess what the investigation's over? They're remodeling a building. Get out of town, okay? This is the biggest load of crap I've ever seen. This is to get you to FOMO, to think that they're going to lower rates. All right? That's what the purpose of this is. No, they're not lowering rates. He's not getting removed. Stop eating the moon cheese, people. Stop reading the headlines. The headlines will literally tell you, oh, they're doing an investigation because they're remodeling a building. An old building is being remodeled. Investigate this man. Grow up. So here, the White House just took its most aggressive stance yet against Jerome Powell. Oh my God. Federal Reserve, blah, blah, blah. Laying the background for firing for cause. The latest criticism about rising costs of Fed headquarters may signal the administration is laying the background to justify firing Jerome Powell. Obviously, they can't fire him. Okay? The Supreme Court has made it very clear in their rulings that they would not support the president firing Powell, Mills said. They can either find a reason to fire him for cause, all right, or you can create enough of a negative environment that Powell says it's no longer worth it. I'm out. There's your answer. The Supreme Court has already said it ain't happening. All right? Grow up, people. Grow up. They're not getting rid of Jerome Powell. And remember, they have voted unanimously. Unanimously. All right? So just to set the record straight. Turn to foot cheesers. Yeah. I'll tell you what is incredible is the full moon is over and we're still pumping. If that's not a buck moon, I don't know what is. The buck moon, man. Let's look at the lower time frame on this. Bull flag on XRP in the 1 hour. Right here. Let's go to a lower time frame and confirm that. Not quite. I'll tell you what this looks more like is like a double bottom. Maybe this is a cup and handle. I could see that as a cup and handle. You know what I do see though is an inverted head and shoulders. Boom. So XRP is probably going to go back to retest 197 to $3. So we're going back to $3. Looks like it. Sure looks like it. The moon cheese and FOMO is real. This looks kind of like a bull flag to me here. Right here. However, it also kind of looks like a head and shoulders. It could go either way. It could go either way. And even if it is a head and shoulders, that would only look more like a bull flag to me. So it's probably going to come back down a little bit more before it takes off. But let's go into... Kind of looks like a bull flag. I think it looks more like a cup and handle or an inverted head and shoulders. Either way, it looks bullish. Will it stay there? No, probably not. And I mean, it could potentially push past. Okay? If it breaks $3, I think it sees $3.15 and then like maybe $3.30, $3.40, and then that is the potential for all-time highs. STX. You sure you don't want SXT? STX. Stacks. This is the one that gives Bitcoin utility, right? Okay, Jesse, this one's got a long way to go. I'd hold on to this one. $1.20. This one's going to $1.20 minimum. All right. Hold on. And it could take till July 31st. And I think that's the time frame on all these. I think we hit that point, and then we get a pullback. And this one probably hit like $1 and then take off more from there. And maybe by September, October, it hits like $1.40, maybe. We'll have to see. TikTok seller says he wants algo. What is this? This is STX. This actually gives Bitcoin utility. So this is called Stacks. Look into this one. Jesse found this. This gives Bitcoin utility. This is pretty unique. I'm definitely into it. I think she found it on accident because I said SXT and she got STX, and then we ended up stumbling into it. Let's see here. Algo. Same thing, double bottom. Algo's going to 28.30 minimum. It could potentially go to 30 cents. 28 to 30 cents on this one. Minimum. I bought STX and SXT because I wasn't sure. Oh, that's funny. Well, you found a good one. By the way, everyone, thank you for the gifts. AB, thank you for the heart me. Big Baller, thank you for the heart me and the club cheers. Run Up, thank you for the 8-year awesomes and the popular vote and the heart me. Simon, thank you for the popular vote. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. Michiki, thank you for the star glasses. Simon, thank you for the Sparks level up and the heart me as well. Simon, thank you for the Galaxy. Crypto Pro, thank you for the heart me. And Simon, thank you for the money gun. Danny Gibson gave tiny dinos to Brooke, not me. Shame on you. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys for gifting Brooke as well. I appreciate you guys. And Danny, thank you for your generous donations this month. Much appreciated, buddy. All right. Anybody have any more projects they want me to look at? We'll do projects until about 9 o'clock, and then if we want to go later, then I ended the live a little bit earlier because I don't want to have to charge you for the live, but it just depends on the time. So any projects you want me to take a look at, obviously if you're a subscriber, you're going to get priority. But yeah, let's look into things here for you guys. HBAR, Maple, and Ethereum. Jesse, I got to look up Ethereum. What's the ticker on which one? STX? So Ethereum, man, Ethereum was a diamond top and it just didn't want to do it. It ended up being the ascending broadening wedge that played out. And look, it was another diamond top right here. And then the market's just changed everything. I would say that Ethereum kind of looks like an inverted head and shoulders. It's a bit wonky out of structure, but kind of. Let's say it is. Let's say it is. That would take the price to $34.42 to $3,500. Did Brooke change my mind at all? A little bit. I still think it's speculative. I don't think that we're going to 10K, that's for sure. All right, one at a time, guys, one at a time. Mar Lopez is not a subscriber yet, so I will try to get to yours. If you're not a subscriber and I skip you, I'm sorry, but subscribers come first. Justin wants Render. Render's a cool AI project one. I think Render is going to be pretty awesome. Okay, Render, same thing. Double bot. I would say Render's a triple bottom, which is awesome. And Render is coming up to $6 to $6.50, somewhere around there. It could potentially go to like $6.80, $7, but make sure you're getting profits around that $6 zone and $6.50 and so on and so forth as it goes up. That's a triple bottom though. That's pretty much full-blown confirmation. And this one's still low. And I mean, it could even go to $8.25 potentially. Hey, let's do this here. All right. This one could go to $10. Render could potentially go to $10. Will it? I don't know. But there is a potential. What if this is the double bottom? And it goes past $10. But I would think more like $10 would be the spot on this one. At the most, probably. Because it's got like this downtrend thing happening right here. Render looks good. And it's still pretty low. All right, let's do Ondo. Ondo, same thing here. It's a double bottom. I think like $1.25 on this one. It could potentially do like $1.20, but $1.25 seems about right. And maybe here's something else to consider. It could potentially do $3. $2.80 to $3. No, that kind of seems out of whack. I think it does more like that'd be November. Possibly it could do $3. That would be all-time highs. That would be really cool. I'd like to see what this one does. This one could potentially run up here. And I mean, the way this is going, let's go more. This would probably be more accurate here. That's probably more. And that would probably be around October. Yeah, $3. If we run into November, and then we got November 22nd, all right, to November 25th. Yeah, I think it could see $3 by November, December. That's a possibility. This is Ondo. Yeah, I can do FET for you. Let me do let me do FET right now. And then me cheeky, I'll get DA and SCI after. All right. I gotta do in turn, right? Feet coin. Anybody own feet coin? Is that a thing? I'm sure it exists, right? Some feet coin. This one looks like all the other charts, but it didn't quite fall all the way down. So it could potentially fall down and make that double bottom, but not every thing is going to be textbook, right? So this could still potentially be a double bottom. Even maybe this is the double bottom here and here, right? Let's say that this and this is the double bottom and it just kind of is out of structure, maybe. That is a possibility. But if this is the double bottom, this thing's going to 280 to all-time high, probably, or like 318. If this is the double bottom here, and I think you'd have to see that in like a different time frame. I don't think you can. The 4 hour. Oh, you know what? I did have the 4 hour chart the other day and I wasn't no, that still doesn't seem right. I think that this is the double bottom right here. Boom, boom. Because it looks just so much like everything else. I think on this one, $1.10, maybe $1.20. Also, mind you, this is a bear flag right here. So this being a bear flag would indicate that it hasn't formed its double bottom yet. This one's kind of behind. And if it is behind, I would say that it probably hits the lower of like $1.10. We'll have to see. TikTok seller says, wish Jaydan did panels. You know, Jaydan won't. I've been trying to get him to come on the show. He won't. He doesn't want to. He doesn't. And I get it. He's got his own thing. He's got plenty of followers. He gets ridiculous amounts of gifts. He doesn't need us. I get it. So, Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Dia. Yeah, same thing. Double bottom here. But man, it's got a hefty wick. So I would say, because of the size of the wick on that thing, it's going to be this one or this one here. So I would say 95 cents to $1.05 possibly on this one. And it could potentially do more. It could be this is the double bottom. And I would see it do $1.25 to $1.35. And maybe it sees all-time highs. Who knows? Probably not. It's a bit of a downtrend here. Yeah, probably like $1.25 on this one, I think, or like $1.20. Possibly. And these are long term. That would put us into September, October, November on something like this, okay? And it just depends on the news. Mind you, all of these predictions are depending on alt season happening. I'll tell you what, XRP got its double bottom and fulfilled it. And this could potentially just go to 80 to 85 cents. And then that's it. Okay? Keep that in mind. I got 0.2 million likes on my end. All right, SEI. SEI looks like a double bottom, looks like it fulfilled. And it's trying to reach that higher of 35 cents. But it could potentially be flagging right now. It looks like a bull flag forming right now, which means probably like 39 to 40 cents and potentially like 42 cents on this one. And let's say we're going into like an alt season, more long term. Here's the thing on this one. This one may already be reaching the top at like 39 cents and then come back down. Boom. This one's top could be 40 cents. It may hit 40 cents and just toasty to the mosty on this one. But it could break out, okay? It could break out of this. it could also break down. I would definitely take some profits at 40 cents, 39, 40 cents, somewhere around there. Kodak, thank you for the heart me and the, what is that, a bear? I'm not a bear anymore. The high bear. All right, let me go back and do Jesse's. What did Jesse want looked at? Oh, we did STX. $1.20 minimum on what coin my husband was talking and couldn't hear. I think that was Algorand. I can't remember. Sorry, AB. H bar. Did I do H bar? Is there a moon cheese token? No, but there should be. Cinnamon Bear reminds me of Britney Spears in concert. Yeah, H bar. I think we did it, right? 25 cents to 30 cents. Foot cheese. Yeah, H bar is like 25 to 30 cents, somewhere along there. Maybe like 28 cents. Some wanted Suey. Oh, okay, thank you, Jesse. Let me look up Suey. Who wanted Suey? Sorry if I missed your Zbeck. All right, Crypto George, I'll do Zbeck. Give me a minute. Ooh. Suey's gonna see a new all-time high. 540, probably see like 550, somewhere along there. But it's trending up. I would imagine it goes to like $6 to $6.50, maybe even $7. But according to this pattern, it's going to see $5.50 to $6. But it could potentially do more. Okay, it could go all the way to like $7, and it could go beyond that. You know what I mean? So like, it's unchartable at that point. But based off of if this is like a double bottom here, it could go up, and it could, from there just collapse. It could also, just collapse from where it's at now. But I don't really see any indication of collapse coming anytime soon. All right, let me do Zbeck and then XRP. Zbeck's a scam, you know that, right? I really do think it's a scam. I don't know for sure, but Man, ZBEC fell right when I said it would. I said 007 would be the top. ZBEC looks like it could be flagging right now. That looks like it might be a flag. It's definitely a descending channel, and it's going to pump up to 004. This could be an inverted head and shoulders right here. Which means it could come up and then come back down. That would be end of July. And then maybe it comes back up here to 005. XRP kind of looks like a flag. It's definitely an inverted head and shoulders. This is on the 15-minute. So it could potentially drop here. If this makes a flat bottom, this is going to drop. If it makes a slanted bottom, and it looks like it's making a flat bottom. So this is going to drop, come down, probably make an inverted head and shoulders and take it back to $2.95, $3, maybe even $3.15. But if we go into the 1 day and get a more long-term look at it, it pretty much got its double bottom here. And there is a potential that it comes down. We need to see what happens. XRP, we need to see what happens from here. It could, make a handle here, and this could be a cup and handle. And that could shoot it up to 330. Or possibly all-time highs. There's not much more we can really tell from there. But if we go into alt season, and this is where it's at, we get like a pullback end of July down to like 250, 240, maybe even 230, and then back up from there. That would be, let me get rid of some of this stuff. This one's so busy. Look at this. So it could come down here to like 247 and then potentially up from there. But that's an ascending channel that would break down. I have a feeling XRP, the rhetoric could break it out of this. But if it stays in this trend, it's coming back down. And there's a possibility that because Ripple be dumping on people, that it just stays sideways. That's the whole point of Ripple holding 44% of the supply, is to keep it running sideways. So keep an eye on that one. That one could be scary. And it could potentially just break out from there, okay? Like, this thing is so hard to chart. This is the hardest one to chart. We don't know. What did Barron Trump say? I don't really trust what those guys say because they have everything to gain from pumping the markets. But what did he say? I guess my messages are not getting to you. what messages? I'm in a live right now, so what messages are you sending me? Because I haven't gotten any new messages from you. Posting about XRP, telling people to buy and hold it. Of course. I don't trust anything they say. They have everything to gain from it. Simon, what messages are you sending me? Yeah, it might not even be him exactly. Simon, I didn't know you were messaging me. I will reach out to you after the show. Pudgy penguins. All right, I'll do pudgy penguins. Oh man. That one looks incredible. This is a meme coin, dude. You can't chart this. All right. I can't chart this thing. But we can look at it and see if it's flagging right now. That's hard to say. Kind of looks, I don't know, man. This one's difficult. I just watch to see if it breaks out. Watch this one for a breakout. If it breaks out, it should go to psychological zone for like 25, possibly maybe 26, and just watch for psychological zones on this one. But this one could be topped out. Your friend owns pudgy penguins? Well, he did well then. Did well. I have a feeling this one could potentially go a little bit more, but this one looks like it's due for some retracement back. And if it does, you know, it's kind of in this pattern right here. So this one could retrace back to 15 cents, 16 cents, and then could continue on from there to like 0.016, 0.015, and then up to like 3 cents potentially. But that's an ascending channel that would be bearish and bring it back down like 50% of the way to 14, 15 cents. Pudgy's going to do what Pepe did the first time. Potentially, yeah. It's a meme coin. It's uncharted territory. Artcoin 2.0, is that a real project? Are you messing with me? Big Baller already collected 30K. Nice. Oh, messing with you. All right, is that it? We got like 4 minutes left. I could do like one more. Unless you guys want to send gifts, I'll keep going. Anybody want to send me the speakers? Help me reach this gift goal here. All right, syrup. I'm telling you right now, these meme coins are unchartable. What depends on is the rhetoric behind it. I'll tell you what I do see though. I see an ascending, broadening wedge. That is bearish. And maybe it's an ascending channel. Take out the liquidity sweeps. Either way, bearish. It could potentially have one more push left in it, but it could be done. And I think it's more this. And it's working its way. And that would bring it down. It could go like what you want to look for in these is when it comes down, it would like do something like that. And that should bring it down to 45, maybe lower. And then here's this too as well. In a more micro sense of patterns. This one looks bearish. This looks like a head and shoulders. And that would line up with this pattern of the ascending broadening. So it'll probably come up, pump a little bit, and then drop. And that would bring it down to 39 to 31, somewhere in there. Syrup isn't a meme coin. What utility does it have? Jesse, can you look up what the utility is on Syrup and find out if it's a meme coin or if it's a utility coin? Dang, bro, you're late to the party, Justin. Justin Kelly is late. Jesse, can you do a fact check? Is Syrup a meme coin or does it have utility? We'll check on that one right now. All right, I guess that's the last one. Unless we get this speaker's gift.
It's technically not considered a meme coin. Native utility and governance token, Maple Finance ecosystem, decentralized finance platform focused on institutional grade lending, providing under-collateralized loans to creditworthy institutions. It has several key utility functions: governance, staking and incentives, liquidity provisions, and pool delegation.
All right, I guess I was wrong. Not a meme coin, has utility. Good utility at that too. All right, bye Jesse. Have a good day. All right, one last one for Danny. We will do XLM. Otherwise, you got to send the live goal. XLM was a double bottom. Looks like it played out. It could potentially go higher. It could go to like 50 cents. But technically this one played itself out. And I would say it really, if we're going to go into alt season and see new all-time highs, then yeah. And that would mean like other projects might as well. We're going to have to watch this one. XLM could be topped out, at least for now. Looks like a bull flag though. XLM looks like a bull flag, which means this one will probably do new all-time highs. And I'll tell you what, if that's what this one's doing, XRP is going to do something similar. Yep. Bull flag on XRP too. All right, y'all. That's it. We'll call it a night unless you guys want to send a galaxy. Can we do a galaxy? No problem. No problem, Danny. All right, I'll give you a chance to send that galaxy. Once the little bar disappears, then we'll call it a night.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money.
And thanks everybody for all the gifts. Thank you for supporting Brooke as well. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for sending donations. If you want to send a donation to the show, send me a DM and I'll give you the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Donations is the best way to give to the show because 50% of it goes to a good cause. And it doesn't go to TikTok. And it helps support the show as well. That's how we pay the staff here.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
How was it with Brooke? You converted to XRP man now? No. I'm pretty much in the same place I was. I think XRP is going to do big things, but is it actually going to get adopted? Maybe. I think Circle is going to do better. All right, take care, everybody.